because this is getting a little silly. I started this fortress on year 500, or sorry, 510, and we're now into year 512. Admittedly, we started in fall 510. We're now into 512, and I have 9 dwarves. Yeah, we need that migrant trade. Yeah. We had a hype train earlier. We need a migrant train now. You use wooden swords as bats in weapon traps to make enemies fall off cliffs, but it's difficult. They can kill an enemy even if the enemy is unconscious. You know what you should use instead? I would use bone bolts. If you're like why are you trying to knock them off a cliff to their death, or are you trying to knock them off a cliff to capture them? Because if you're just trying to knock them off a cliff to their death, just use bone bolts, because bone bolts cause them to dodge in the exact same way, and you don't have to reset them constantly. They're basically free too. You just became the capital. Hell yeah! King came to live here. That's the best. Now you got to become a mountain home. But congrats. Well done. Training effects have absolutely zero use whatsoever. With the exception of if they use them for too long, they will start to refuse to use non-training weapons. So they just have a net negative effect eventually. That's literally it. Okay, so I'm going to dig into this. We gonna go find ourselves some lava, friends. Go get him, Dwarfus. All right, Ash's got it. I'm very confused. Oh, I was like, why is there an anvil there? It's because it's the reason that canceled is because there's an anvil there. Well, because the training weapons used to have a reason to exist, and then the combat system changed almost entirely and made them not have a reason to exist, but they still exist in the game because Dwarf Fortress. And also, technically, elves use training weapons. Like, that's quite literally it. I'm just hoping I missed the third cavern layer. Damn it! I was so close! Ah, well. Nope, not iron. Don't use iron. Are you still alive? Nobody's died, so yes. Gotta have a little bit more faith in me than that, jeez. Although I guess the population is still very low. It's a good thing I gave you a dwarf right off the bat because migrants have been very slow this fort. Damn. A Cyclops and a giant in cages in your tavern, what do you do with them? Congratulations, you have a pretty cool zoo. They're not very strong. Most militaries will just kill them. I guess you could use it as, like, bragging rights or something. But genuinely, like, there really isn't anything you can do with them. Training weapons should have a use or be removed from the game. That is my opinion. you ever streamed a 1x1 fortress and or have any clips of it? No and no. I don't like building in small contained spaces. I think it's just not an interesting challenge to me. And, wow. Whew. Didn't almost murder this dwarf to death. So why am I a lord now? What? So where is this raw adamantine that I can see? I don't see it on the surface, but... Oh, I see. It's literally right there. All right, well, that's kind of cool. Where's the other one? Doesn't tell me where the other one is. All right, well, anyway, I now know where there's lava, so that's cool. Also, I know, are you asking if I know Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? I mean, everybody should know Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, although Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome is the worst Mad Max movie. Who here doesn't know Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? Just because you've never seen it, you've probably heard of it. You've also probably seen clips from it. It's a pretty hard movie to miss. It's one of those movies that's been gifted to death, you know? Also, I'm not actually going to do this way. I might do this way. Go down to here. Although, shit, actually, that's very annoying. Okay, actually, no, never mind. I'm going to do it this way. What? Did I not click this correctly? Yes, I didn't click this correctly. Is there any reason to worry about FPS when playing in adventure mode? If your game is running so slowly it doesn't run, you should worry about it. Although, please see video I uploaded this morning with me babbling about FPS. If you want to know my actual thoughts on FPS related things. This is going to be the best trash bin I've ever made. They won't bust out, but they will fight with your dwarves that are close by it. Hey, Tolas, how's things? It's good to see you, mate. What's new? We have a Wambler emote, we have a Bongo emote, and we have a Dragon emote and a Stab emote. That's new. And we're getting a Notes emote. This fortress is new. I recently ate a sandwich. Chat, what's new? Say something that's new currently to you. Oh, Apple released one of the best pieces of vaporware that a lot of people will buy of all time. Cheese is not new, I'll have you know. Interstate ravioli. Oh, that's impressive. I'm proud of you. Congratulations on completing the destruction of said ravioli. There's a patch in the beta branch that's pretty new still. Our friend here has whatever gay hair is. Does that mean that your hair is just rainbows? Is that what that means? Are you sure that doesn't mean that you are actually a clown in disguise as a gay clown? Because I'm pretty sure clowns also have rainbow hair. Nothing wrong with being a clown. I'm just saying. You have chicken Alfredo? Ooh. Can I have a serving? I have a delicious dinner prepped for today, which is I'm gonna be eating some more of the beet stew I've been eating for the last 2 days, and it's still delicious. So looking forward to that. You should have narrowed the scope of the question. Possibly. What were you asking about that? I suppose. I love just the cap hoppers everywhere. All right, is my butcher shop built yet? No, it's not. Oh, god damn it, it got suspended. Speaking of things that got suspended, this didn't get suspended. Yay! So how many steel bars do I have? Steel. Okay, so I have 6 steel bars. Okay, so 6 steel axes it is. Actually, let's do steel axe, steel shield. 3 of each. Steel axe. No. Battle. I wonder how many people have made blades and then tried to make like handles. And steel shields. Beets and broccoli yesterday for dinner? Ooh. Sounds good. I just had a bunch of elves show up and you want one of your treasures and you tried to give them your baron to bring them into and you got tired of watching them mill about outside, so you had to kill them all. Sometimes it can actually be oddly tricky to get them the treasure too. I do like that mechanic though. I think it's a good mechanic. The whole ability to parlay. It's like the very early beginnings of some sort of actual diplomacy in this Warhammer-esque diplomacy world. Okay, so new squatty. Slippery J. And oh, actually, let's remove napalm. We'll make that, and we'll also do another metal armor one. And this one is going to be napalm sideburns. So the question is, let's actually just remove you. Toss you in with napalm. Laborious Worlds is a really good name, though. The Manners of Loving is the name of that squad, which is kind of ironic considering it's got my Captain of the Guard in it. I'm gonna make a well, actually don't know where to put my barracks. What if I put my barracks, like right here for right now? And we'll connect it to the tavern. And I will put them on monthly orders. And also we need some more drink. That's a puppy. I need more drink. I should have shields now. But it's also not quite time for them to train. So what are they on right now? They're currently off duty. Well, I'll just set you guys to training for a little bit. Just to let you go, do some of the early training stuff that they actually need to do. You love the parlay thing, though, that there's basically no point when you can just build walls. Let's be honest, though. There's basically no point in any mechanic in Dwarf because of the way the game is, right? Holy shit. Thanks, Suited Giraffe.
I just want to let you know you're appreciated.
Thanks for the first money in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Appreciate you. Also, the first bits in... Sorry, still scrolling. Got a lot of followers today. First bits in 6 hours. Thank you. Things popped off at the start today. Worried after a lack of decent meals. Dwelling upon the scarcity of cages. What? But I thought I have... Okay, well... In that case, then... Oh, I need flux. All of this chalk I can dig around in. How about I do this? Auto mine. Well, do these. And these on either side. That's one specific dwarf that wants cages. And that's because the dwarf is the sheriff. And the sheriff's job is to make sure that law is obeyed. And the law must be obeyed. Yay! And in order for the law to be obeyed, they require... in order for the law to be obeyed, they require there to be accessible chains. Would you just like the first one that shows up, walnuts? And in this case, they were upset that there was none. There was nowhere to chain up a prisoner, so they would have to go beat up somebody who commits a crime. I'm just gonna call you Walnut, because there is an existence of a previous Walnut in the fort, or in the world. This here Walnut actually has a pet goat. So one could say that you are not the goat, but you do own the goat. Also, your name's Paper Tattoo, by the way. Avu's Paper Tattoo, aka Walnut, does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. She's in a constant state of internal rage, is a private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. She unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. She is very trusting, and she has an overbearing personality, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She could be considered rude, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She likes to keep things practical. She could be considered rude, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, tries to do things correctly each time, isn't particularly ambitious, thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and tries to keep her things orderly, and tends to consider what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She personally believes that acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. A strengthening after suffering a major injury in 509. Finds the quest for knowledge to be of the very highest value, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. Which is why you moved to the desert. She likes stibnite, tin, onyx, opal, and kapok wood. She likes yaks for their shaggy hair, carrot plants for their edible roots, and when possible prefers to consume mule and guppy and tomatillo wine. I like to think that means live guppies. And she likes it when they squirm. She drinks foxtail mullet, or eats foxtail mullet beer, or flour and rye seeds, and hates lizards. Well, winning indeed, Tolas, and devilish. Not for the military. Definitely a lot of red flags for the dating profile on that one. What I will say, though, is great librarian. Killed a goblin, actually, in 510. You were absolutely in the military, too. She got Drathla hair stitches and received giant monkey hair stitches in 509 on her left wrist. She had her right hand set, so she broke her hand pretty bad. She received a featherwood splint in her right hand. Is wearing many bits of bling from the previous fort as well. Black bear bone bracelets, water buffalo bone bracelets, as well as, of course, cougar leather tunic and the standard shoes. She's got rings. Walking red flags. It's what we call a pickaxe. She's got a steel pick, which is decorated with raccoon bone and encircled with bands of finely crafted cushion-cut tanzanites, which is splattered with a goblin's blood. Huh. Should clean your pickaxe. She most recently discussed problems with an acquaintance. Probably the goat. All right, we also got Asmil. His wife Logam's also coming with. Not a member of the previous fortress. So, probably having a much better day than Walnut. Logam's also here. You serious, game? They all go to refuse, and you don't know how to set up a simple bone craft industry. So there's no other stockpiles for bones. You have to remove bones from your refuse piles, basically. Usually, what I would do, if I do actually want to do things with bones, is just put a butcher shop nearby where your craft store shops are, or put some craft store shops near your butcher shops. 3 is more than 2, which is what we got in the last one. Next season, they'll flock to our banner. God damn, I hope so. I need to double check. What did they want to trade with me? I'll just give them that. They want large gems. Large rock gems. Let's just make a hundo of them. Let's choose Gabarite. Oh. And jump up one layer. We're going to go right here. And just go Craft Dwarfs. Shoppe. Right there. It is a 50% increase, yes. Also, I kind of want to throw Walnut into the military, even though she'd be bad at it. But probably shouldn't do that. Increase the tourism advertisement? I mean, we're almost on year... I mean, this is going to be my tavern. So... I guess I should just place flooring in here. And just get some tables and chairs. And I also need to grab this squad and update this. Please go get yourself a not shit axe, Dwarf. Why? Why would you die instantly? I guess is actually the question. So since you have a pet goat, Walnut, how about I put your bedroom right here? Also, I have to make more bedrooms. All right, let's do that. Make her work a farm with favorite plant. I was going to make her into a librarian because she believes knowledge is one of the most important things in life. I'm actually going to give this to Logum because there's 2 of them, so that gets Esmil and Logum all done. So now the number of dwarves that need beds is 4. Which isn't too bad. Military trains extraordinarily quick, which is always why my eyes roll all the way into the back of my head, back to the front of my head, and I scream very, very, very loudly every single time somebody says, "Hey, do danger rooms still work?" When you could say that's the goated bedroom. Uh-huh. Great. I use bins for certain things, yeah. But they don't really need to be used for most things. I use bins for some things, I use infinite stockpiles for other things, and I use, you know, other things for other things. I'm being very descriptive right now, I'm aware. All right, so currently I have a free hammerer space. I mean, if you get into a fist fight once, you'll get some basic dabbling military skills, so. Who do I make into the dungeon master? Which is basically just the assistant for the... You know, let's look at that new couple that just showed up. Okay. Riley looks at others like, Loss is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Needs to pay back any favor done for her, is given to flights of fancy. To the point of distraction, she does not find most jokes humorous, has a little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution for her past wrongs. It finds she tends to be swayed by this, if she values passive and generally acts with an air focus on the current activity, speaks very deliberately when she's angry. In terms of creating a great work environment, personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Well, we have a new military dwarf at the very least. But also, that's our hammerer. It means they've tried it once. It doesn't mean 0 XP in that skill. It just simply means they've tried it. They've had to do it before, but I still have no idea what they're doing. Novice means they're actually gaining some skill. So if they're not dabbling, it means they've never been in a fight before, basically. So by that logic, I am a dabbling street scrapper.
It's been 84 years, crypt old lol.
It's been 8 years, 84 years since you subbed to me. 5 days since, but I need to actually read the lyrics to that song and memorize them again so I can actually do bits with that again. How you doing, Eggman? How's things? I already am like starting to look at dates for PAX again. Go get an axe, Dwarf. But haul this boulder down first. That's your early strength training. But now I need to give you an office. Oh boy. Gazoom has gifted a Crypt Blank sticker to the chat. I mean, the dates haven't been announced yet, but I'm already starting to loosely, like, think about it. Because I'm probably not going to TwitchCon this year, but I'm going to PAX, so I sent off an early request for a media badge already. Also, hi, Pigfinite. Chat room, if you'd like a chance to win a sticker, which, by the way, is just a big version of this. It goes great on a water bottle or a laptop or somebody you don't like's back. Although then it's only a one-use sticker, unfortunately. Although most stickers are a one-use sticker, but, you know, you get a longer term use out of it if you don't put it on somebody you don't like. Please don't use it for purposes of vandalism. This message brought to you by previous food service employee. Sticking on someone you don't like? I don't know. I was trying to do a bit. Anyway, you should enter and win that sticker, chat. But thank you, Gazoom. Appreciate you. Big Bang A1. If you click on that link, you can get your shipper stickered to you. Get your sticker shippered to you. Shipped to you. Appreciate you. Is there any trick to look which one guild hall was in a petition? They will only request a guild hall if there was 10 dwarves in that skill. So scroll until you find one that you haven't built yet that has 10 dwarves on, like, in the number. So, like, when you go to make the guild hall and you click guild hall, see how it says no workers established? It'll say that the guild is established and there has to be at least 10. Or it'll say that the guild is established at the very least.
Your roadmap looks promising. This fort looks neat.
You might switch to lurking. Well, if you gotta lurk, you gotta lurk. Do the lurks if you gotta lurk. Aeronamo, thank you very much for the 11th month. Hello. My roadmap looks promising? You mean like my goal for the fort? Oh, also, since some new people have tuned in, I should mention that this is almost what ended up being the name of the fort. Suited, thanks for starting that hype train. Appreciate you. And thanks for the $1. This is almost what we named. Oh, like what I plan to do for adventure mode. Gotcha. Yeah. Just because like the fort's name for this fort like went through a journey and ended up being called Slaprock. But like we had several very kinky names for a bit because it's like Valentine's Day, and then other things kind of came up, and the running idea was somebody kept mentioning that I should name it Slap Bottom, and then I was like, well, if I'm gonna name it Slap Bottom, I might as well name it Slap Face, and I was like, wait, why don't I just call it Will Smith? And then I just sat there and I was like, wait a second, I think I can actually do that. Speaking of, hold up. Thank you very much for the $4.20. Darius, appreciate you. I always forget that I have that, and then every now and again it goes off and it throws me for a loop. I'm very concerned about the fact that Rune Chaos 1 in the YouTube chat typoed Fury Road as Furry Road. I think you and me saw very different films. I'll be honest with you. I know literally nothing about either of those dudes' personal lives. I just know one of them slapped the other one on TV and it was funny. That's literally like the entirety of the knowledge I have of that situation, and honestly don't care to learn anymore. Oh, also, Oscars are dumb. Was basically like my entire determination from that entire thing. Is that the Oscars are dumb. Like you need someone to get assaulted on stage to like actually make me notice that the Oscars even happened. You see it at FurryCon? Generally, they're wearing what look to be costumes that make them look like live animals at a furry convention. I've never seen furries walking around in skeletons of their fursonas. It's more of like a bone convention. My dwarf's name out of your damn mouth. Goddamn jurist. I was back in 2003. Boy, oh boy. Wow. I mean, everybody is like... Honestly, okay, so just change the word Max to cats and then call it Furry Rod, and now you've like officially created the adult parody. Okay, so how is that make steel just yet? I was gonna say, have my miners dug out the stuff yet? I guess not. Nope. No, my miners have not dug out the stuff yet. Great. You kind of doubt it will? I still haven't fully forgiven the first Dune for not, like, disclosing that it was a part 1 in its marketing. My better question is, how do 100 million people watch the Grand Theft Auto trailer in under 24 hours? Like, I get it. Grand Theft Auto's popular. Like, I understand this. I am aware of the phenomenon. I'm aware of the phenomenon that is the existence of the grandest of theft autos. But Jesus fucking Christ, people, it's just a video game. Like, it's not a life-changing event. Like, Grand Theft Auto will come out and probably be good. And I'm looking forward to it releasing on PC eventually. Thanks for the mini hype train, chat. And we'll play it when it releases on PC eventually. I mean, who cares where they come from? For reference, I did the math. That video wasn't monetized, the Grand Theft Auto trailer. But in the first 24 hours, it made like $200,000 in ad revenue. Or would have made like $200,000 in ad revenue. It's Florida Man Simulator? Yeah, I don't see no problem with that. In fact, our friendly local Florida Man, Stone Hobo, confirmed it's actually a very accurate Florida man representation. So I see this as a positive thing. Goddamn birds everywhere. Vultures on the surface again. Those things just attack dwarves for no reason, too. All right, so this is going to be my garbage bin right here. Wait, you mean like a... Wait, are you going to wait until it's in the Swedish Public Library? Is that what you're suggesting? Or are you going to wait until they give it away? Because I don't recall them ever giving it away, but... I mean, I'll probably buy it. I've played every single Grand Theft Auto game, even 1 and 2. I've never finished 1 or 2, though. So yeah, I'll probably play it. I like Grand Theft Auto enough. Fun series of video games. Good memories of San Andreas? Yeah, I agree. Oh, Epic Game Store gave it away. Got it. Yeah, I have a question, chat. What will happen first? Epic Games stops giving away free games? Or Grand Theft Auto gets onto PC? Because I'm really starting to wonder about Epic Games giving away free games. Because it's 1,000% just a 100, like, their store loses the money every single month. I mean, the Epic store is. I don't know. I don't think Epic Games as a whole is, because Unreal Engine prints the money, but. They got that Disney money now for Fortnite, not their storefront. They also keep laying people off of the storefront team and taking people off of the storefront team, which is why their Trello is still under in the works. Who will buy all these games for money if everybody broke? You won't. You will play Fortnite, which is free. Because that's what makes them money. And also, they're turning Fortnite into Roblox. So it doesn't matter if you play Fortnite or not, because they will just, like, acquire slave labor just like Roblox to make games in Fortnite. You're not screwing any of them, Dirk. You are not screwing them. They've already paid for those games. The way that license works is if you go on to Epic and you sign the deal to be a free game, you just get a bonus check every time your game goes up free based on the number of people that download it. But trust me, you're not screwing them. If you wanted to screw them, download the free game and then uninstall it every day. That would be screwing them. Cost them some server space. As if I'm on topic. Sugar bushes. If your royalty, king, count, baron all die, is that just it? You are very unlikely to get another one. You need a dwarf in your fort to inherit the position, which is extraordinarily unlikely to happen. The yaks really look like Scottish Highland camels or cattle. I mean, not to be weird, but have you seen a yak in real life? Also, that is a very well brushed yak. And a very well sheared yak. That's a yak. So, this yak looks like it's in a dress. What an odd title for that to have. Why is this a LinkedIn page? So this is a link on LinkedIn, and it says, Yaks, the eco-friendly giants and a sustainable alternative in a warming world. What? I don't even want to know. Yeah, well, I mean, like just as an example, right? The best kind of World of Warcraft player for Blizzard is a World of Warcraft player who buys every expansion pack and keeps their subscription running, but only plays once every, you know, when there's a new expansion pack for a week, right? LinkedIn is becoming Facebook too. It's just corporate Facebook, although isn't that kind of also Facebook? I don't know. You know, it's really funny because like, I am like slowly quitting every single major social media. It's like I'm just kind of hoping people will actually migrate to Blue Sky so that I can just use Blue Sky for work instead of having to use fucking Twitter. And I use Mastodon because I actually enjoy using Mastodon, and then every other like social media platform can just die in a ball of fire as far as I'm concerned. Except for the ones that, you know, pay my bills. I kind of don't want to allow visitors, at least initially. At least until I get my floors done. I guess it's like a maybe stop growing cotton. I don't know. I would need to like look into it. I'm sure there's a startup that's trying to charge way too much money for yak hair in the name of like sustainability. I'm sure that's actually what's happening. All right, let's slaughter a bunch of puppers. I mean, not too many puppers, but at least some. Also, chat, I will be right back. I got to go to use the toilet. Bah. So yeah, What about yaks? Yaks emit 25 to 50% less methane per unit of feed. I remember like reading a story about it, just because we're talking about cattle and methane. I remember reading a story about a device that you strap to the face of a cow so that it would like convert the methane into no longer methane, basically. Yaks climb Everest. So do people. What's your point? Just because they're show-offs doesn't. But the article was written by chat. Oh boy. Wait, does it state that it was written by ChatGPT somewhere? Or okay, so you're both bored. Dwarves really don't particularly like training. I'm going to connect them to the Cobalt Brunch. That is a really good name for a tavern. I just need to say that. That's a really good name for a tavern. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to erase this. Watch closely, chat room. This is how you optimize a tavern. And then I will put a dining hall. Jeez. Also erase this bottom bit. And I will make this into a dining hall. And then I will connect the dining hall to the Cobalt Brunch. So this is the Cobalt Brunch, which is connected to this barracks, which is connected to this dining hall. Your tavern had the same name? Really? Wonder what the odds of that are. Man, I timed my toilet break bad. The eco-friendly giants say, okay, great. I feel like the problem with yaks though is that yaks are a much higher elevation animal and probably wouldn't be happy in most of the environments where we are farming cattle. You want the kobold brunch? You should start a 24-hour brunch place called Kobold's Brunch. Kobold Brunch. So, on a topic that doesn't discuss ChatGPT being distressing as hell, I ate beets yesterday and the day before, and I'm going to eat beets again tonight. Does anybody else have a mild panic attack the day after eating beets that they think they're dying of colon cancer, or is that just me? Like, it's just like spontaneous momentary panic attack and then realization, right, yes, I ate beets. Brunch made up of kobold cuisine. No, it's just called that. Okay, because I have a story based on this. So my mom's mom, my Oma, was always somebody who passed away last year, but so rest in peace, but was always somebody who would like just feed everybody in the general vicinity. Like if she was around, you'd be fed. It was like impossible to not like get force-fed a pile of food if you were in the general vicinity of her. She would just to give you an idea, one of the last times she cooked food for me actually, was maybe about 10 years ago, before she was like permanently bedridden and or sofa ridden. She never really slept on a bed, but I went over there and she made 8 baked potatoes and a like restaurant-sized pot of chili for lunch, and then made me take all of it home. So she would just like force feed you food if she had the opportunity. She was lovely, but also kind of a crazy person in her own way. But anyway, she had this neighbor who realized this back in like in the 60s here in Canada, and started just like showing up at her house for dinner, basically. And because their neighbor's kid would show up at her house for dinner, right? So her neighbor did too. And there was one time they showed up for lunch unannounced, and she was just like, all right, I'm giving you borscht. Gave him borscht, and it put him in the hospital the next day because he'd never had beets before. Like literally, he took himself to hospital. And he stopped showing up for food as much because of embarrassment. And they only found out about the story from the guy's kid. Yeah, he literally omitted himself in the hospital because he thought he was dying from, like, beet soup. Well, it's apparently just me and all of Twitch chat then. Because Twitch chat's like mostly an agreement that, yeah, no, it's I've had that panic attack. And then YouTube chat's like, nope, just you. Okay. Well, this is why I like Twitch chat. They're fun to talk to. I mean, what? So borscht beat him? Got it. Yep, pretty much. Well, I mean, also this is like the 60s in Canada, right? Like, what's probably the average Canadian diet in the 60s? When you eat, I don't think I've ever actually eaten dragon fruit. I've seen dragon fruit in stores a number of times, but I don't believe I've ever eaten dragon fruit. Well, dwarves are finally getting that need to socialize through, which is good. You saw Ash recite the willpower and the songs at the Kobold Brunch, and that is interesting. Purple turns to green? You really don't like beets? Really? Oh, I love beets. I don't think I could live without beets, actually. I hated beets when I was little, but as an adult, I adore beets. Although Beats by Dr. Dre suck pretty bad, though. Waste of money. Don't ever buy those. Must be a crazy genetic product. No, dragon fruit it's an exotic fruit. Yeah, I've had people tell me that. Like, I think I would probably like dragon fruit, actually. It's also a pretty low carbohydrate / low sugar fruit. So it's something that gets recommended to diabetics all the time. I need to start gelding my dogs. I also need to make a new dog training zone, or just a training zone actually, because I don't currently have one. I like that my temple is also still literally my seed stockpile. Let's do silk bag, and let's do 80. Well, let's just do 25 silk bags. But the next thing I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna do silk socks. We're gonna do 10. Everybody, or might as well just do 12. Everybody gets at least a new pair of socks. That's the reward for all these dwarves for having to exist here for so long, and also might as well get some beer going. Let's get the alcohols up and rolling. Too many jobs, not enough dwarfs. No, you can't, Motor. That is not true. There is a mod that lets you do that, though. I don't know where you heard that, but... Because mushroom creatures are intelligent, so... Because dwarves don't eat or butcher sentient or intelligent creatures. It's not even just sentient, but it's intelligent creatures specifically. They are incapable of that. Also, I can get rid of this dining hall. So this could become another very, very, very low budget office, which currently isn't anybody's office. Or it could become a large or higher budget office, one of the two. Also, I missed this bit, but yeah, what Wolfpack said, Golden Cinder, literally just set up a manager. Like, you're not going to be clicking on every single one of these jobs individually. You literally, you set up a manager, you go to the work orders screen, you click on this, and you type in what you want them to make, and they just issue the orders to all of the workshops that are available for it. It's actually kind of sad to me that people, sometimes leave reviews saying that Dwarf Fortress is like, oh man, it's way too much micromanagement, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm always reading those reviews and then just going, oh my god, did you not realize that? Oh no. Okay, so, ooh, sweet, some migrants have arrived. Speaking of, 4 steel bars. It begins. 4 steel chains. I'm gonna do everybody a humongous favor right now and just bop that, say, please don't bring up that subject in my chat. And also, that's literally never gonna happen. All right, well, we got more dwarves arriving. This one wasn't in the previous fort. Neither was this one likely. Nope. Maybe this is our first big migrant wave. Ooh, you are. Poor empathy. Nervous wreck. Uh-huh. Whereas his greatest natural tendency with respect to martial prowess, he tends to assume that the worst of you all can be the one that comes to pass and isn't particularly curious about the world. His tongue sticks out when he's trying to remember something, and he often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous. Up until about 10 seconds ago, I was starting to get really worried about its future prospects, but this is a much larger migrant wave already. And so, much more hopeful. Hopeful. Yes, much more hopeful now. Never mind, no longer hopeful. Migrant wave stopped already. Damn it. Edge. Also, hi, True Freak. No, your dwarf not dead. You are in charge of fort still. A nervous wreck who really likes the idea of martial arts. They did indeed bring a cock. They brought us a rooster. Why? Silencer? Hopefully that hopefully that chicken didn't eat the seeds from the hot peppers that I cleaned out yesterday, because if it did, it would be a fire-breathing chicken. Or 2 days ago now. Oh, actually, speaking of making hot sauce, so I walked into my kitchen. I know that's a weird thing to say without any context, but I was in my kitchen this morning. I put my hand on the counter, and I rubbed my nose and set my nose on fire. I touched a seed. It was a single hot pepper seed, and I shoved it up my nose this morning. Woke me up real quick. Then I proceeded to spend the next 20 minutes like completely cleaning my kitchen. It was fine. It worked out. I didn't die. We're gelding all these pooches. A raven's dead body. Memory, you're creative. Doesn't seek out excitement. Eldest accidentally got a bit of hot pepper oil in her eyes, 15 minutes of her flushing her eyes. I managed to do that on the way out of a pho place once. Except fortunately it was my bad eye, so I just kind of like jammed my eye shut. That's not fun. How do you make those farm plots? I press B, press workshop, press farming, press farm plot, go down to thing, and then click and drag. I'm confused. What part is what part are you asking about exactly? I built them. Yeah, it's fungus. I mean, if it was rock, you could pour water on the rock. But yeah, no, we're on layer -88 in the caverns. Yeah, this is all fungus. But if you pour water on rock, you can also grow stuff on rock. I've done that many times too. I did that in the last fort even. I used buckets and got the dwarves to dump buckets onto the ground and wait for the dirt to appear, or the mud to appear after it started to dry, and then you build right there. I am apparently out of empty food storage items. Well, I'm just going to go here, make an individual work order here, and let's just say barrel. Let's just make barrels. Make wooden barrel. We're going to make them out of... Make them out of nethercap. Make 15 nethercap barrels. Going to go up to here. What? I like how they can't... Oh, I see why. I didn't see that wall there. I was like, they can totally walk up there. What are you talking about? Down with big barrel? I made pots in the last fort. Gonna make some barrels this time. There's a bug on my screen. And it's dead. One of those little tiny fruit flies. I get them in my apartment sometimes because I grow plants in my apartment, so... Having house plants means it's kind of impossible to 100% get rid of fruit flies. So they've got... Let's just take them off training for a little bit. Into off duty. So they're both dabbling. We're dabbling in novice. You here, you're a novice. You're also socializing now. And for the captain of the guard, you're also a novice. Sweet. It's about where we wanted that to get to. You want to go make merry too, so now's your opportunity to go make merry. After we finish constructing some things. Have any vinegar traps? Oh, always. You're around, yeah. Probably means I need to refill it, actually. Is it bad to leave dwarves to train anyways? Yes, when you only have 16 and you have bedrooms that need making. Dwarves have other needs aside from training, right? Unless they're certified crazy dwarfs. Dwarves do actually have some pretty consistent needs that they need filled. And one of these needs is like socializing or being around friends or like, you know, basically being dwarves. And if you don't fill those needs, they will start to go nuts. So a lot of the reasons why dwarves or players of Dwarf Fortress's militaries go insane is because they just don't actually fulfill any of their needs and just slowly let them go crazy. All right, well, let's make this a public tavern. Let's just see what kind of guests we get. That's fair. You weren't sure if they sneak in time while training? Nope. No, they don't. The dwarves are actually pretty obedient in a lot of ways. Like this dwarf really wanted to socialize. But now they get the opportunity to. Actually, that's something that I can point out right now. The difference between like... So a blue activity is just an activity that you have to do, right? A yellow activity is a activity that they want to do, and then or that they have no choice but to do, and then the purple activities are ones that they're actively getting positive memories from. So this dwarf like is actively getting positive thoughts from doing the purple one, and then green ones are just like neutral positive thoughts, but the purple ones are something that they really needed, that they very much needed to actually go through with. Basically, purple activities are the best activities for their mental state. Is artificial floor better than smooth floor? It's higher value, yes. Because it's an extra layer of value. So you can have smooth floor with an engraving, right? It's just one floor with an engraving versus built floor engraving. There was actually a bug in the first version of the Steam version, which has since been patched, where you could actually create what people were referring to as quantum engravings, where if you smoothed the floor, engraved it, built a floor on top of it, it would destroy the engraving, but it would keep the value. So you could build a floor, engrave it, place a floor tile on top of it, engrave it, place a floor tile on top of it, engrave it, place a floor tile on top of it, engrave it, place a floor tile on top of it, engrave it, just rinse, repeat ad nauseum. And it would destroy the engraving underneath, which would piss off the engraver. But the value would just like skyrocket into the stratosphere. It's one of the first things they patched out. Almost like the real military? I wouldn't know. Okay, so this right here, actually, I need to jump up to the surface. Because this is going to be... Is that Plane Pact? No. Plane Pact was like 2008. This is a bug from 2022. No, Plane Pact was a artifact that was getting made that got stuck in an internal loop and used every single like piece of stone on the entire map, which had like 50 paragraphs worth of information about it, including like 100 images of itself. Okay, so this is just going to be a corpses/refuse stockpile, with the exception of raw hides. Fresh raw hides. And I could also do bones, but... You still would love to have strange moods? But you do. If you want to have Plane Pact artifacts, you can do it very easily now. Just simply place your workshops inside of a guild hall for that particular workshop. And almost every artifact you get will just infinitely collect ingredients until you remove it from the guild hall by removing the zone from above it. Which is kind of a wild bug, actually, which I was talking to Putnam about, and she doesn't know how to fix it. I wonder if Tarn does. Yeah, no, it was 54 minutes, that video. Wolf packs, yeah. Sweet, one of my baby yaks grew up. I should make more cheese. Not unless you want plain packed artifacts. It doesn't matter if it's not a mootable workshop, which is annoying because that's just like something I like to do in regards to the like workshops thing. I just like putting like workshops into guild halls. It makes sense to me, but it's unless you want to act and or unless you're okay with just simply grabbing the guild hall, doing this, and then erasing the spot where the workshop is when an artifact starts, you shouldn't do that, yeah. So unless you're like okay with a little bit of extra, micro.
Come to Brazil.
No. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It costs less to fly to Japan. So I don't believe I will ever go to Brazil. Unless there's like a genuine like reason for me to go to Brazil. Yeah, that's very unlikely to ever happen. But thank you for the invite, though. And thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 4th month. Welcome back. I don't have any crimes yet. I can't even, like, demand to interrogate you. I was originally a member of the Rack of Lobsters, which is a different Dwarven civ. Also as a former member of the Board of Charity. Uh-huh. You probably also ran away with the money like a certain YouTuber did. Or tried to. Tangled up in a cable. Thought you were crazy and was like, what the fuck? Me too. Don't worry, that happened to me plenty of the time. Okay, let's see how Napalm is doing. Satisfied remembering learning about fighting. You want to acquire something. But I'm making socks. Actually, am I? Did I ever make that, Nope, I did. We are, in fact, making socks. All right, let's just do this. Let's do, chat. Very simple question. ATN, would you prefer, Actually, not even would you prefer. What dwarf do you want? I'll just ask you this. Let's see. All of these unnamed ones at the top. So Asmel, Serral, Kivish, Logum, Ognet, Shem, or Zasset. Also, Chatham, can I get a round of beers? That dwarf blue. Yes, because they are a zombie. They are not alive. They are dead. That is a zombie. We are the first you know it's going to be a dead tavern when the first visitor to the tavern is a literal zombie. A zombie dwarf, yes. Blue dwarf is zombie. It'll be Shem. Shem's a spinner. You have a pet cock. I mean rooster. Are they like conscious? So there's 2 types of zombies. There's purple zombies and blue zombies. Purple zombies are like Shaun of the Dead. They move slowly, they go bleh, and they don't really think much. They just slap things and they bite things and they die pretty easily. Then there's the blue ones. These are sentient undead. So they're basically dwarves that are possessed by a previously existing intelligent being. They also get these fun titles. This one is a criminal interred butcher. So not only is this one a criminal, they're also an interred butcher or whatever that is. If I look at the description of them, they might tell me something. Nope, they don't. But long story short, she's dead. So she also has a grizzly bear bone ring. They almost always have cool powers. If you get into a fight with them, sometimes they can shoot icicles. They can cause pain at a distance. They can stun things on command. And there's a few others. Yeah, basically they have force push, force stun. I think they can strangle, like they can take your breath, literally. So they're like a fucking wizard. Sort of, yeah, and they're created by necromancers or mummies, but you'll never find a mummy in Fortress mode. Although, I've heard some people saying that maybe mummies should be findable in Fortress mode. Anyway, he is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He lives a fast-paced life, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is quick to anger and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he tends to avoid crowds. He has a sense of duty, and he has little interest in joking around. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and hasn't slept in years, because he has a chicken following him, which caws in the morning. He personally deeply respects competition, sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, values sacrifice and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes limonite, trifle pewter, male shirts, cats for their aloofness, nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the sound of the brew of dusks, and when possible prefers to consume giant skink, banana beer, and hates mussels. And has a pet rooster named Edzul. Eddie for short. Mummy, yes. Yes, mummy is in like an Egyptian mummy, or is in like the hit film The Mummy. Much more akin to the hit film The Mummy, actually. Anyway, chat room, I have a question. Caps or hoods? Banana beer exists and I've had it. It's good. We did caps last for it. Chat's saying hoods. Silk. Hood. So if somebody in my fortress tries to steal one of my own artifacts from me, if we all have hoods, then they will be Robin Hood. Anyway. Get that rooster over here. Get that goose and that piglet. I mean, rock and stone, yes. Definitely. I agree. You exhaled loudly? I mean, it's important to exhale after you inhale, so it's healthy. Walnut now has a bedroom. Welcome to the bedroom club, Walnut. Also, I was going to give Walnut this bedroom, so I lied. Walnut, sorry, I'm taking your bedroom from you. Ognet can have this bedroom. I'm gonna just go down here and give Walnut this bedroom, because I was gonna give Walnut this bedroom. They're not occult hoods? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I don't have enough leather to make leather hoods, so I'm not going to make leather hoods. The bedroom club is not as cool as you might think. I don't even know what you're joking about. Do I really have that few seeds? I'm in an ad break, so... Hello, Nox. Drinks are low? Yeah, I know. They've been low this entire fort. I do need to click those 2 buttons and get drinks going again. There really isn't like enough reason to really automate drinks in a fortress that's such a low population. So... Neighborhood means it's made of neighbor. Nope. No, it doesn't. Neighborhood is a place that people live. Every language is weird. Depends on whether or not you choose to point it out. Sounded like a slogan. Sure. The word weird is weird. People insist on constantly bringing up the concept of making thing out of other humans' skin or other humans is weirder. To a point where I'm concerned about why they exist in the general vicinity of me. Because it's not funny. Worship a deity named... Wow, okay, never mind. You worship every deity. No, that's fair. I could see how somebody who doesn't know English could come to that conclusion. You want to know one of the reasons I stopped playing RimWorld? Mouse Speeder? Well, people in the RimWorld community being so unnecessarily annoyingly fucking edgy for the sake of it. It's like, shut the fuck up. Grow up and get a life. Get out of my chat if that's the way you're gonna be. Simply put, I find that community very unpleasant. Unlike the Dwarf Fortress community, which I find a lot more pleasant. I mean, every group has their moments, but some more than others. In hopes one might spare him. I mean, I think that dwarf's already kind of, you know, lost it. Also probably worshipped all of those gods before, you know, they died. Okay, so Curry Fat, I didn't ban you, I just simply deleted your message. You do that again, I will time you up. Respect the streamer's wishes. Or speak elsewhere. Okay, let's make the captain of the guard happy again by making these chains. Okay. I'm suddenly confused. Where did the other one go? Oh, actually, it's probably being carried down to here. I'd bet. Yeah, I don't accept jokes about things I don't like. for getting giant creatures. Anything that's labeled as untamed wilds, and then go cause damage to the surface, i.e. start digging, building walls, knocking down things, etc., and they will show up, and they will show up in force, and they will attack you. This map currently has giant sparrows, and they've flown into my fort, apparently. Huh. These aren't even like giant cave swallows or giant cave sparrows. These are literally like surface sparrows that have flown into the fort. None of them are named Jack. Also, that explains why I'm getting random combat logs. The last fort didn't perish. No, I retired it. The birds probably flew in via the stairs. Because we may have to start fighting with these giant sparrows if they keep flying back and forth. Whoa! There's a giant sparrow right here, which is currently fighting with a dog, actually. Let's send the squads up here and kill this giant sparrow. Wait, what? They really don't feel like having any interest in killing it, do they? There we go. Now they're fighting with it. Hammer hacks the giant... Whoops. Hammer hacks the giant sparrow in the left wing with her steel battle axe, tearing apart the fat. The war dog scratches the giant sparrow in the right lower leg, tearing the skin and bruising the muscle. Hammer punches the giant sparrow in the lower leg with her left hand, bruising the muscle. Force bends the left knee. The war dog bites it. The war dog attacks the giant sparrow, but she rolls away. Dodge roll. Ground gives way. I'm not familiar. Let me see. With the name anyway. I know that new rogue fable is apparently good. Gives... Oh, it would help if I spelled ground correctly. Can't find it. Not with a quick Google, anyway. So no, not familiar. Orbs are underneath it. Let's tell him to stand beneath it, and there we go. Seems that Logum got the kill. Hacking the giant sparrow in the head with a steel battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. There we go. You'll love to see it. Oh, sweet, we're butchering it, too. We get wings. Ground gives way. Nope, not even... Oh, no, I've seen this before, but I have not played it. I've seen this website before. I have not played it, though. Although my recent experience with traditional roguelikes is pretty minimal, actually. Satisfied after slaughtering an animal. Good job, True Freak. Also, hey, Hoff. Hello. How's things? Got a developed sense of empathy. Actually, I'm going to pause this and go... no, not shell. Bone. I'm just going to decorate random crap with bones. We're just going to do that. Just decorate whatever. Probably end up just decorating these gems with bones, actually. Yep. Life is good. You had Korean food today? Ooh. Hopefully work isn't too exhausting. I love this zombie socializing alone. There's something about that that's very funny. At least we've finally hit that critical mass of dwarves where stuff's actually getting done at a decent clip. Zombie chilling. Yeah. I really hope that one day they let us have the ability to just interrogate somebody for absolutely no reason. Like maybe you could you unlock interrogating when you build a dungeon master or something. So it gives you a reason to actually make the dungeon master. So that I could just like, because I want to interrogate this zombie unprompted. Don't care. Not really, no. The benefit of wood logs is or wood blocks is they make smooth walls instead of rough walls, exactly the same way boulders versus blocks do. If you make smooth walls, it's harder for enemies to climb them. This is going to be Walnut's bed. Do archers have to shoot straight out of them, or can they target enemies at an angle? They can, but to a point. They can't shoot somebody that's like directly at the bottom of it, as an example. I'm not staying dead properly. Has criminal in their identifying title. It literally says that they're a criminal. It's like, well, I wonder how suspect my visitors are going to be. And the first literal visitor is titled as Olungo the Butcher. Oh, what the? Oh, whew. I was like, oh god, do I have a necromancer? Do I have a, like, what's it called? A were creature? No, but I do have Night Eye Animal Caretaker's Hollow Corpse. Who's not part of any faction, which is not true, because you have clothes. Has a huge family, Jesus. What even are you? A small feathered humanoid. It has two long hanging tails and its eyes glow scarlet. Its charcoal feathers are downy. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Judo's Scoopash. The Ferried Prus. After horrible experiments on a goblin in Plague Dreams in 306. It's a lot of cousins. Yep. How old are you? 273. Damn! Not only is that a lot of cousins, this guy has this person has 7 children. And is also a competent swordsman. Please join my fortress. I would like you to be in my fortress. You seem kind of cool. And if you misbehave, my dogs will bite your face. What is that? It's a necromancer creature. Necromancers create Frankenstein's monsters. And that's what that is. It's a Frankenstein's monster. I mean, obviously Frankenstein didn't make it, but... Or Dr. Frankenstein didn't make it, but... A necromancer did. Need to make more beds. It's just chilling. I mean, it's also a zombie. It's also getting into an argument. If you settle really close to a necromancer tower, or if you play in older worlds, you'll see a lot more of them, gamer guy. But yeah, they are proc-gen creatures. The first patch that those things were added, I settled right next to a necromancer tower, and it attacked me with an army of what it called name of necromancer was like Snow Snubs or something or another's mistake. And the creature was literally a flying ball of flesh with 2 wings, a trunk, and 1 eye. It was literally described as a ball of flesh. And it was made using from experiments on livestock, specifically cattle. And they were all because I played in ASCII at the time, they were all represented by green zeros with little doohickeys above them. Which was very funny, just getting attacked by an army of flying balls. Like, I literally got attacked by an army of angry testicles. It was something. That necromancer was bored as fuck. I mean, it was truly a mistake. I guess that's the one part that truly rang true about those creatures, is they were absolutely a mistake. Well, supposedly they are adding some magic later this year. We're supposed to be getting some very basic procedural medicine. Good night, Celery. Or Celestars. We'll see you when we see you. I'll say, Zealosaur. What's up, dude? Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, definitely. Very much. Let the whoopsie cannon kick it. Small migrant wave? Hey, at least it's a migrant wave. The reality is they are probably actually spies looking for stuff to steal. Those 2 zombies. Also, Chatham, can I get a really big round of beers? Because Goat Swarm used to be rich. And now I can expand the slow growth of the future prison to hopefully stop my captain of the guard from having panic attacks. Because we have 4 chains instead of 1. They're also very nice chains. They're made of steel, even. My sheriff will hopefully be satisfied about this. Stop being worried about the scarcity of cages and chains. Cheese Dwarf. About halfway to being rich? Well, there you go. You can start working on that high score of the number of times that you used to be rich. God damn it. Why do I keep ending up with barrels in the stockpile? What do you want? I like how the dwarves are starting to get worried after being unable to take it easy. Get rid of these. You know, I'm gonna keep making, I'll just make some tower cap barrels. Or make some more barrels. Upsies, I did not mean to do that. I'm gonna queue up some brew drinks from plants. And I will continue making beds as well. And all the other jobs that I have manually queued up, aside from the construction ones, can all get canceled, pretty much. So we'll just go up here and just go bonk. Gonna manually get rid of all of these. Except for the decorate with bone, I think. Which I will just keep doing. And I could also just say make totem. chuck out that Raven corpse. Going to make a garbage dump zone, which is going to go all the way over here. They go stand here, and then we throw it down there. And it's just going to go all the way down to the bottom and explode into lava and vanish whenever problem things need to go away. And there's going to be a lot of construction jobs in the short term. In the medium term, there will then be a bunch of hauling jobs. And then after that, my dwarves should be largely free of work for a minute until it's time to trade. I don't understand the question, Coden. Said 30 serpent men kill all of you and kill 50 of your dwarves. Oh boy, 30 serpent men is pretty brutal. Also need to go up here and take all that limonite out at some point. What's with the random bed? There isn't space in the stockpile for it down here, and I only have 16 dwarves and there's a lot of hauling jobs. So this down here is going to be an office for the hammerer. And this up here is going to be the dining room for the hammerer. Why don't the beast people have societies like the elves and goblins? It's complicated, but the short version is they are capable of joining any society. They just don't right now because it's an underdeveloped feature in the video game, which I could say about a lot of features in this video game. What's always fascinated you? If you've ever watched Kenshi, it's kind of like that, actually. Is a good way to describe adventure mode. Although I have done some adventure mode content already. I did that series of streams and one of them got trimmed down. And Hyrax, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Welcome to the channel. Cheers, friend. Mainly modding it. You fear finding out about Leechman ethics? I'm pretty sure they're all just simply the ethics of the faction that they would join. How long has my camera been off? Genuine question. Yeah, I assume that you're Connor over in the YouTube chat. I just responded to that, but hi, sup? I should get traders sooner rather than later. Leechman ethics equals suck it. So they're that annoying dude from high school who thought that he was really funny. You know, I'm not gonna lie, there are very few critters in Dwarf Fortress I might just kill based on seeing one show up. I might actually just send out a kill order on a Leechman if I saw a Leechman walk into my fort. Unprompted. Oh shit. What's up, Russ? How you doing? You guys don't know Russ. Russ plays Space Station 13 and other and produces a lot of clown-related content. Included in that clown-related content is Dwarf Fortress-related content. So if you enjoy weird games that make no sense and also clown-related content and or dwarf-related content, I recommend giving the Russ Money a follow. What's up? Here, Russ, I gotta show you something. This is what I almost named this fortress. Because someone in chat selected Slap Bottom because it's Valentine's Day. And then I was like, why don't we call it Slap Face? And then I was like, wait a second. So we ended up like being a little bit classy. So we named it Slaprock instead. And then from there, the group of this faction is called the Crimson Will of Smiths. So, you know, we're funny here and make jokes. But what were you even up to today? I don't look around at Twitch. Actually, here, hold on, I can find it. You were playing Space Station 14. How is Space Station 14 shaping up? Actually. Serious question. Coming along? Good to hear. That is good to hear. I've got we're building a fort around the idea of just building a big old prison. So it's the earliest I've ever made a hammer and a sheriff in a fortress ever. And I have this zombie in my tavern who is a criminal. Self-described, even. It literally says in their name that they are a criminal. Hatred ripped, even. They're hatred ripped. Olngo, hatred ripped. The dwarf criminal iterate butcher. And I can't interrogate them because nobody's committed a crime yet. So I'm just literally sitting here waiting for somebody to commit a crime so I can interrogate this dude. Self-described drunkard, zombie, criminal butcher. Yes. We also have this one. Well, as long as it's coming along, that's what matters, right? Perplexing. But yeah, we also have this Night's Eye caretaker. They're both zombies, basically, right? This one's a hollow corpse, and this one's in a red butcher. And I'm sitting here and waiting for my faction to come trade with me. This faction that we're playing as is the Emerald Irons. It's actually my second fortress with this faction. The first one is here, which is River Depths. The queen of this faction is a Gorlak. And in the last fortress, I was able to successfully tame and train and get one of two to join my fortress, Gremlins. Also, the next patch, Russ, for Dwarf Fort, is fixing goblins so that they can actually fight to their full potential now, which is why the goblins are ludicrously strong on this world, because I'm playing on the experimental branch, which is public. Anybody can go play on it if they want. Long story short, anything that is war trainable gremlins, anything that is war trainable goblins can dig down and train it and attack you with it. So this includes cave dragons, ogres. This includes trolls again, finally. Actual beak dog armies. So goblins are suddenly a threat again, and I'm so happy. Like my last few forts, like I would just start fighting with the goblins, and they would just send like nothing. They'd send like 20 goblins. It's like, what? But like actually send something that's a threat, please. Just please actually send me something and they never would, and it was always so sad. What is adventure mode? What are the differences between adventure and fortress mode? So Dwarf Fortress generates you a really big world, right? In fortress mode, it's a base builder inside of the world that's been generated. Fortress mode is a single player open world role-playing RPG. Or rather a single player sandbox RPG. So I like to describe it like Kenshi. So imagine instead of being a big base builder, you play as one character. It's not quite a life sim, so you can't like farm or just play Stardew Valley in Dwarf Fortress, but it is a game about going from place to place, stealing stuff from people, going treasure hunting, is trying to find dungeons and delving into them, killing a god, murdering mega beasts, joining a faction, causing insurrections, toppling royalty, punching statues and getting cursed by gods, taming every animal you see, spitting on a human and then getting punched in the head, arguing about ethics of crafts dwarf ship and trade with a goblin, and then eventually convincing him to change his mind, and then asking him to join you, taking him off into the wilderness, and then murdering him and taking his spear. Stuff like that. Possibly the most in-depth wrestling system in a video game, for better or worse. Most likely worse. In my last adventure run in an older version of the game that had adventure mode, I picked up a dude by his tongue and threw him into a tree. And then stabbed him. Watching your pet horse run around and kill an entire goblet bandit horde without needing your help. Normal things. Pinching somebody's nose so hard it explodes. Fun fact, if you cut somebody's ears off while they're sleeping, they don't wake up. Because creatures don't feel pain in their sleep in Dwarf Fortress. I wonder if they'll ever change that. That's okay. Dwarven Wrestling League operates under its own unique rules and jurisdiction. Also, the alcohol is free in any Dwarven fortress. And if you go around stealing stuff from random people, nothing bad actually happens to you, but they will like you slightly less. Okay, so Ash is the only dwarf left that still needs a bed. You didn't know dwarves are in Mexico? Yo ho, Mexico. I'm going to see them soon, actually. I need to look at the calendar and when that actually is, but I'm going to be seeing Ailstorm soonish. Kind of looking forward to that. It'll be nice to see them again. They put on a fun show. They're too drunk to care about making theft illegal. Yeah. I think they're going through Tampa way before they're ending up here. Like, they're not ending up here. When is Ailstorm playing in Vancouver? I know I already have tickets, but... April 8th. Oh, not that far away, actually. So hopefully before Adventure Mode releases. You missed Dwarven Economy? Wow. I don't miss the lag. I would like to see, like, don't get me wrong, I would actually like to see the economy return. Just not in the exact same form that it was in before. Good night. We'll see you later, True Freak. Before you vanish, though. This has either been a great fort so far or an extraordinarily boring fort, depending on your personality. Okay, about the same. Recent thoughts. You're blissful remembering sleeping in a very good bedroom. You're blissful remembering a great dining room. And you felt fondness remember talking with a friend. And you have a pet dog still, named Obak. I would rather listen to baby metal every day for the rest of my life than have to see Windrose. Windrose is awful. Like, really bad. Everybody's like, oh my god, they're so good. They put the fucking Diggy Diggy Hole. It's like that. Okay, number one, Diggy Diggy Hole is a bad song by a bunch of YouTubers who didn't like to disclose that they were sponsored to do things. And never formally apologized. And anyway, and then it's not a great cover, and they can't play live. So, no, I was meaning Ale, A-L-E, Storm, Ale Storm, Ale, A-L-E, as in the pirate band. No, I would never be seen dead going to go see Hailstorm. Jeez. Okay, actually, maybe it would be a very out of character for me to go see Hailstorm. Never heard of them. Ah, that's fair. I was humming one of their songs, which includes the line, alcohol is free, and it's called Mexico. Feels empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. Who's still unhappy? They probably want a nicer temple, actually. Walnut, what is annoying uses? Walnut wants to practice martial art. Fine then, Walnut. Join the military then. See if I care. I'm on a Earth in Tampa, but you're gonna be in Nashville. Aw, man. I'm gonna see them in. I also have tickets to see them here. I'm gonna see them in the Peony Forum, actually, which is outdoors. So hopefully it doesn't rain because Vancouver. But that's where we saw the monkeys a billion years ago. With a fucking anchor. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Obviously. And while we're at it and getting demonetized on YouTube, fuck you, you're a fucking wanker, you're all cunts, and fuck you all. It's the only time I've ever seen the security pit sing along with a song. I don't want you in the military. Or if you're in the military, I don't want you mining then. I know that you're a legendary miner, but we'll give that to the pump operator. Who's a smooth operator, hopefully. Let's just make 20 cabinets and 20 chests. Rock, cab, rock, chest, coffer, duh. And, rock armor stand, rock weapon rack. Do 14, 14, 20, 20. I feel like they literally just had like a dartboard or like a checklist of swear words and they were like, how do we fit every single possible curse word into a song? Like, I'm pretty sure that's how that song was written. My nose is so itchy. This is correct, Chris, yes. What's the difference? Yeah, Chris got you. Chris already answered that question over in the YouTube chat. The militia, the head militia commander, which is the first one that's appointed, also is which is this dwarf. Or I guess in this case would be this dwarf. If they leave the map, you can't make new squads until they return to the map. Long-time viewer / DF fan, but never caught one of the streams. Oh, you mean like just on the YouTube side of things? Well, hi. Welcome to the channel. I have so many dog totems. And I'm going to be selling large rock gems encrusted with dog bone and dog skull totems encrusted with dog bone. And sparrow bone, apparently. Anyway, Asmal Elder Trumpet. That is a very good last name there, Dwarf. Is here to trade with us. Of all people. Alongside of Aerith Polish Gold. Man, do like... do these trade dwarves have like specific last names? Oh, this dwarf has my job. This Thob work stream. But hello, Deepfield, and welcome to the channel. It's good to have you around. Thanks for joining. Thanks for spending some time here. So, who is the... Ah, there you are. So once again, it's Telen Artho's spouse. The outpost liaison of the Emerald Irons and the member of the Dutiful Boulders, my previous fortress. Deep Field, not to be confused with Deep Space. I mean, that's pretty hard to confuse, I would say. They speak with True Freak. This is my second time trading, so this is year 3 we're now on. Meets with the Duke Consort, Kivish, and they say, I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. And they ask me what I would like, and I say, iron anvils. And I might actually, okay, not a lot of variety I can ask for. I'm going to ask for, I'm actually just going to ask for pigtail sheet. Because I'm always way too lazy to make that on my own. And pearl ash, actually, is what I'm going to ask for. They want drinks and toys. Okay. Well, they asked for large gems last year, and I'm ready. I got 35 large gems. A lot of them are encrusted with God knows what. And none of them are really worth anything. But it's fine because it's what they asked for, which means they're going to be worth more. And they didn't ask for these, but I'm also going to sell them these dog skull totems. Because, you know, I got them lying around. I'm currently also filling my mugs up with adorned with hanging rings of sparrow bone. You too want drinks and toys? You know? Relatable, actually. About today being a long stream? It's only been 10 hours. When I say long stream, I mean, like, let's do closer to 14. But we'll see. I mean, as long as chat stays active, I could do another 2 or 3 hours. Considering, like, I've gotten no progress, like, population-wise, yeah. I mean, I've been getting, like, migrant waves at the usual clip, but the first migrant wave, I got 2 dwarves. The second one, I got 3. And then the last one bumped me up to 16. So, like, they're very small migrant waves, which is very worrisome. But, you know, worst case scenario, we just build a quaint little cavern home, build some weapons, and move on to the next fort, and it'll just slowly expand the civilization and also be a place to adventure to in adventure mode, because I'm keeping this world alive until then. As far as news and rumors go, it looks like fighting has kind of slowed down a little bit. Population of this Helix has gone up quite a bit. I actually captured this thing and took over it. Also, they named it the Wheel of Wars. I didn't even know that. Oh, shit! Montecore has moved to this place, apparently. And Starsmore died in the last fight, so... because you get bajillions of it? Chestnut? Because if you are, like, actively butchering animals, like... I don't think I've ever had to disable Tolo from cooking. Because I always have thousands of it. Like, literally thousands. Like, sometimes tens of thousands of Tolo. My broker is collecting webs. Well, hopefully it's making you happy, Bonesaw. Once you're done doing that, can you please get over here? Now you're coming over to Trade a Depot. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hell yeah. I see that you skyrocketed past your goal. Have you set your goals for higher sites? Well, not the highest values of things, but it is inflating the value a little bit. I'm going to give them this one as a gift. And then I will buy other things. I will buy the single bronze bar. I will buy the... I did ask them to bring me yak cows, but I actually really don't want to buy the yak cows now that I'm looking at them. I will buy the mule and butcher it immediately. I will buy the duck for its quacks. And you know what? I'm just going to remove all of these. Go all the way to the bottom. Just add these until it gets green. Trader's skill is based off of number of trades they've done. not the total value. So you want to do lots of small trades if you want to help the skill. Offering just helps your relation with the home faction and gets them to send more. Oh, sweet. Dwarven milk and cow's milk. I will buy both of those. Offering them gifts increases your rep with the faction and sends you more migrants. I will buy the sandbag. Don't really need any of that. I will buy the 2 cave fish and the food. The meats, rather. Dwarven milk. It comes from purring maggots. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get in-game. It's called Dwarven milk not because it's a milked dwarf, which is what people always think for some reason. It's called Dwarven milk because only dwarves know how to make it. So it's a very dwarf-specific product. So I'll buy the yarn because it's easy. And buy that sheet. And then I don't need all of these. Trade. Give these to them as gifts. Done. Also, it's some cheap barrels. Is it higher value or lower value? Stone. I've never actually looked. Truth be told. Also, dwarves are very worried about a lack of decent meals. So there's 2 things I'm going to do. First thing is I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to be like, yo, dwarves, for the love of all things, Dwarfy, can you please just make gab or blocks? Go to Gabbro. And let's just do 50. And we're going to fill that in. But I'm going to put a kitchen up in here. I'll make you out of quartzite. Gonna get rid of this. You can invest 6767 whenever you fancy. Oh, fair enough. All right. Fair enough. It's 100 value. Oh, really? The real question is, okay, so purring maggots are like a maggot the size of a shoebox that dwarves know how to milk because apparently those maggots have teats that are milkable. And then they use that milk to make cheese. The thing is, and the question that's been asked as long as Dwarf Fortress has existed, is those maggots have to come from something because a maggot is a baby bug. And what do those maggots become? I think they're baby forgotten beasts and mutate into something disturbing. Dumb headcanon, but you know, it's a very illegitimate theory because in reality they don't actually become anything. They're literally just a weird maggot thing that for some reason dwarves know how to milk. Oh yeah, also they purr. They vibrate. Like a cat. I mean, this game, like I've said a billion times, is essentially just fantasy Mad Libs. Well, it looks like Bonesaw has mastered mining, so that's good. Also wants to practice some martial art, which oddly, you know, checks out. You know what, Bonesaw, you can join this squad too. And I'm going to go here, because it's currently set to monthly orders. We're going to alternate. So we're going to do Train, off duty. Train, off duty. Train. Copy. Train. Train. Copy. Off duty. Off duty. Okay. You bet it's a play on hissing cockroach. Having asked Torn about it, he says the same thing he says about a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress. It's just something that they made up on a whim because they thought it was funny. Like a lot of the content in this game. Let's jump over to the kitchen menu, which is getting a complete overhaul in this version when it comes out eventually. Labor, kitchen. We're just going to go to drinks. Please don't cook my drinks. And I'm going to go to the... Please don't cook the plump helmets. Why are plump helmets listed twice? Hold on a second. I'm going to send this to Putnam and be like, for some reason, I've got things showing up twice in menus. This seems wrong. Why are they different? You know, they've got to be in different locations, right? At least it's not crashing the game or anything silly like that. Also, do I have any, like, specifically good chefs? Antronarch, we're making you into my chef. Why? It's like 3 clicks. It's like 3 clicks to disable it, and as a more advanced player, I almost always end up unenabling it almost immediately. It's something that I disable for the first year or so. I'm totally okay with everything just being the way it is at default. What bothers me is cooking drinks by default, actually. That's the one that bothers me. I think that's probably a bigger noob trap than cooking drinks by default. Just makes sense. Hell yeah. Nope, they are identical. Also, there's that, which is like, I mean, I had to like prove to chat with the last fortress that it's possible to embark with no plump helmets and no plump helmet spawn and be totally fine. I literally, all I did was I just dug down to the caverns and harvested some. It took me a minute to find some, so I got a little hairy for a tiny little bit of time there, but it wasn't really a big deal. It just took a little bit for me to get farming because I was just getting food from the surface anyway. This fort, that would have been a little bit more hair-raising, but we still would have made it in time, so... This dwarf is telling a story. What are you telling a story about, dwarf? Also, shoutouts to the dwarf who's praying to Egger Raptor Moist. Well, that's mildly vexing. Oh, did you already finish telling your story? Oh, I see. It's because it's Kavish. It's not one of my dwarves that's telling a story. Oh. Well, I found a UI issue. Can't click on activities. I think I reported this already. Still can't click on visitor activities. So I just sent Putnam a screenshot of that, of the, like, double ones. And Putnam's response was like, oh god, not again. Which now makes me wonder, what menu was showing double previously? They're in different stockpiles or some are inaccessible? Who knows? I mean, some haven't gone into the stockpiles yet. We've got another round of migrant waves. This is a talented Marks dwarf. This one wasn't in the previous fort and is married to a paper maker. This one's also a competent paper maker. Got Zephon the trader as well. Who saw a beak dog's dead body recently. You must have come from my last fort. Nope, you actually came from a place called the Tangled Paints. Which is interesting. Because that means that you've never been in one of my forts before. Maybe you visited? But didn't stay as a member? Huh. Oh my god. This faction is really suffering for population, isn't it? Interrogation? No. I can't yet. I don't have any open or closed crimes. So they have to ask to join. You don't trust Zephon? Oh yeah, there's also reason to not trust dwarves now because dwarves lie about, or vampires actually hide again. Likes to brawl. He needs alcohol. Well, he does remember the last time he had alcohol. We'll stare at him until he drinks some booze. You're gonna go sleep? Sleep good, Bastet. We'll see you when we see you. We'll be on tomorrow. To give all your bridges in caverns roofs. Why? Telling a story. You know, there was one time I had a dwarf that seemed kind of suspect because they looked like they were a vampire. This was back when vampires were blue, and I walked in and they were blue, and I was like, you're a vampire. And then they told a story, and they told the story about how vampire named them killed somebody. Very, very funny to me. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress, actually. There you are. I'm also noticing another UI bug, which I haven't mentioned, which is when you scroll the dwarf screen, the citizen screen, you can't see the one on the bottom screen. So if it's just one page and you can't scroll, you actually can't see the bottom one. Could somebody actually clip that so I could send that to Putnam? Just me saying that out loud. In the early spring of 510, True Freak became the expedition leader of the... I mean, you just got here. Maybe you're very proud about True Freak or something. You send that to Putnam this morning? All right, then don't bother then. Yeah, because like there's a dwarf, there's one more dwarf here that I can't see. It's printing one more on the screen. Of course I know him, he's me. Well, I mean, no, this is Zephon, but. So you need to drink alcohol. I don't trust this dwarf. If I pause. Looking for one of the other recent migrants. Basically all of these dwarves. Okay, well you also haven't drank alcohol yet. Adequate poet and novice swimmer? Doesn't know like an abnormally large amount of poems or anything. That was a DF hack thing, wasn't it? Although chest knife might be an ad in an ad. It's mostly when dragging the scroll bar rather than scroll wheeling. Scroll wheeling is still doing it, at least on the dwarf screen. I was once a vampire from the mountain home who killed everything not made out of stone. Sounds like it would get along real well with a Medusa. A dwarf's name in that screen? There is. My camera's just covering it actually over on YouTube chat. So this is the reason it's blocking actually is because search functionality is being added to this, so I can just type in like meditate or whatever. So this is being added in the next patch. The reason I'm complaining about like the inability to see certain dwarves here is because this screen is being rebuilt. And in the process of it being rebuilt, some things are breaking, which is why people like me and other people who, you know, like to do free QA for video games, play the experimental branch and then report bugs. So you will be getting that functionality. You'll be getting that functionality in a lot of screens, including like the military screen. So like if you go to the military screen, there's gonna be this. You can also search. There's also more filtering options and all that. This is also all vanilla. I'm not using DF hack or anything. So. All right, so now that the ads are done, whatever happened to the thing where you can make workshops exclusive? If you click on workers, you can add a specific dwarf to a workshop, but you can only add one dwarf at a time to a workshop. As far as where you can make workshops exclusive for dwarves based on their skill, I'm pretty sure that was an old school DF hack functionality, wasn't it? I don't recall that ever being in the game, but I could be wrong. I know that in another thing that's getting added is, these are all the default jobs, right? You can edit the default jobs now. So I could just go to stonecutters and add or remove jobs from stone working. So that's super useful. Things like I could add, like something that I've been doing in my past few forts is I go to planting and I add butchery specifically and where is it? Plant processing, yeah, to farming jobs. You never had do DF hack, but I definitely used it in some of the older versions, unless it was included in some old one as well. Yeah, I don't remember if that was ever a vanilla feature. And you could also, like, you know, rename these now too. There isn't more images still for the custom jobs, like when I make which I, like, now that this stuff's in here, I've started doing metalsmithing specifically. So, like, you know, making metalsmithing its own custom job and then renaming it to metalsmithing, but like pre-47? Yeah, I have no memory of this. It's been so long since I've even actively played 47 or pre-47. I can type that. Smithing just looks wrong to me. Currently, it's just set to everybody does this. I've got doop, 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 doop. There we go. Although I'm gonna go into planters, remove stingray. Throw some other dwarves into here. It's really hard to tell the missing, because the missing feature wiki actually features a lot of features that were never actually features in the game. Because, like, I've dug into that screen a couple of times, and it's actually pretty misleading at points, because there's a Dwarf Fortress's community has a lot of Mandela effecting going on, actually, like almost concerning amount. You want to be Zephon? Are you serious? You haven't drank any alcohol yet. Okay. He is a perfectionist. He dislikes helping others. He is cheerful. He enjoys the company of others, often feels envious of others, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and can handle stress. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Wow. And he tends to go hang on to grievances. He likes to brawl and often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, like the dead bodies of the people you just finished sucking the blood out of. Personally finds leisure time wasteful and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes rose gold and shell opal and hungry head bone in the color cinnamon, millstones and menacing spikes and hammerhead sharks for their oddly shaped heads. And the words of the stranger of pricing and when possible prefers to consume opa, soul, and spelt beer. And light cheese, and can't stand cave spiders. Be very funny if it's like any envies, I don't know, mosquito people for their ability to devour blood. Yeah, it is the type of fish. That is absolutely what that is. Yeah, also has gray hair. I mean, if you actually look at his looks, his nose is extremely broad, his eyebrows are extremely high, his slightly close-set aquamarine eyes are deeply sunk. There was one time, like, it straight up said that they had red eyes, and I was like, His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is neatly combed. His somewhat splayed-out ears have nearly fused lobes, and he has a broad chin. His nose bridge is somewhat concave. His hair is black. Okay, maybe the game is lying to us. And his skin is brown. He doesn't have wrinkles. Saw a dwarf recite willpower in the songs at the Cobalt Brunch, and this is giddy. Really likes performing. Are You Serious is now officially my poet. And is now going to go make a cabinet. Well, just stop it. I need to stare at you until I figure out if you're committing crime or not. Uh-oh. Shit. I found a crash. Oh dear. That's like the first crash in like 2 weeks. Fused to get caught, so he caused the game to crash. How much do you guys want to bet he's not going to migrate into the fort this time? Yeah, because we have to trade again, too. They put the crash logs. Oh, there it is. Could somebody clip the crash, please, if possible? So are you serious? You'll need to remind me to rename you. Damn it. Also, I need to re-floor all of this. Grumble. Is this before? Yeah, this is before I made the kitchen, too. Did I do all this stuff? Did I do this? Yes. Did I do this? Okay, so I've got some more bedrooms to make, basically. That kind of sucks. Is what it is, though. Not gonna stop me. Takes a lot more than that to stop me. Let's just... Yeah, I got a crash. I mean, it's what you get from playing on the experimental branch, right? Like, the main branch is really stable. Haven't had a crash in months. But the experimental branch has a lot of oddities. I've been playing this game for 10 years, and making bedrooms is one of my favorite parts of the game. And consider that if you ever see me, person in YouTube chat, using the DF hack blueprinting feature, call the police because I've been kidnapped. Yeah, no, I will literally never use that feature. Features like that ruin games for me. Building stuff is gameplay. I like gameplay. What's up, newcomer? How's thing? Are you serious? Would you like me to just give you another unnamed dwarf, or would you like to wait for the migrant wave again? There's also a reason why, if you look at my bedrooms, they're all kind of different. Like, I very rarely make 100% uniform bedrooms. Keeps it interesting. I like building games because it's about building an aesthetically pleasing layout for me. And, like, sure, if you're just doing, like, fucking this shit, yeah, I could see why you'd want to use fucking blueprints, but I don't do that. All these bedrooms are, like, different shapes, and that keeps things interesting. Rock cabinet. I mean, people ask me that a lot, and I almost always ask, it's like, well, how do you... Well, not a lot, but it comes up often enough. And my question's always just like, well, how do you have your bedroom set up? Is everybody getting a unique layout? Or does everybody get the exact same bed? Oh, there's Walnut. I was like, where's Walnut? I thought Walnut's dwarf was a farmer, not a miner. Okay, hello, Alex. What's up? Wait for new migrant to see if Zephon appears. Gotcha. And speaking of wizards, how you doing, Deep Space? We have a very interesting series of 2 visitors here. I'm just going to do a real quick save and see if I can replicate that crash. Well, sick. Oh, that sucks. Also, now, we were talking earlier that Deep Field is going to be confusing when Deep Space shows up. This is just for reference, Deep. Does Dwarven succession work? Like, if your queen dies, who takes over? Her heir, which is somebody who is related to her, not necessarily her child. Oh, I need to read a word story. Hold on. Horses hate people for their silly emotions around being alive. We dance like pharmacists, free from dumbfoundment and caught up. Done. That was easy. I was expecting more. But not really as well as you'd want it to, I guess, is the answer about Okay, so let's see if I can do this. Ah, yep, it's 100% repeating. So let me just do a thing real quick. So don't cancel a job if you're playing the Do not cancel a job if you are in the citizen screen. Do I have to? I mean, we're just jumping back to the same spot I just was at. Like, I mean, if you insist, 420. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? Someone's just spending all their points, I think. Hey, chat room, post beers. That's the rule of the land now. Good news is I lost no progress. Bad news is I have to disable DFAC again. Oops. I mean, if it's when you run out of points. I always just kind of assumed people won't just spend all of their points at once. I guess I need to make 2 more steel things. You have iron bars. Let's make 2 counts of pig iron. And once we've done that, we're going to make 2 steel. Somebody help out Hexel in here with a subscription, if possible. Download a pizza? I would download a pizza just like I would download a car, wouldn't you? Seems like a fun way to go about your day. Gonna geld a bunch of puppies. Okay, maybe not all of them. That seems a little bit unwise, actually. Okay, never mind. There's some up there that aren't. You're working and you're working. Okay, we can just let the game run now. You used to be rich? Shooting big? Although I cheat, I have unlimited redeems. Well, I think Putnam found the issue. Use the Game Shark? Yeah. I have unlimited fake points. Okay, we got all my chains set up. I'm trying to get caught up to where I was again. Well, I sent the clip and Putnam went, "Why did I do that?" All caps. So I assume that you found it. So this is what we call sleep deprived game development. Like the number of game breaking bugs I've found in this branch that have been like caused by either typos or copy pasting code is very funny to me. And I know, like, to the one person in the YouTube comments who once said that's lazy game dev, it's like, dude, shut up, it's fine. Like, things are getting done, things are getting fixed. It's just called open game dev. It's called actually being able to test a hot build. That's all it really is. I don't want to do it that way. Let's just do it this way. They just want this one shop to do it. Because I do need more Gabriel blocks. So every single bedroom that has socks appearing in it is going to get a cabinet. I mean, a build being hot just means it's broken. That's all. Work, why create the copy paste is development work, why create the real? Exactly. But, you know, like we were talking about in chat the other day. Okay, so Putnam's response is it's sending in the job by reference. So when it leaves the scope, it's just nonsense data that it's trying to treat as a job pointer. I have no idea what that means, but okay. Oh, also, this is just a little PSA. I posted this on my Discord this morning, so some of you may have seen it already. But, if you've ever played Star Control 1, technically sort of a remaster of Star Control, or a port, I guess, is releasing for free on Steam in 4 days. And the studio Pistol Shrimp is the original creators of Star Control, who are apparently making a Star Control game without the IP right now. So if for some reason you're like, man, I wanted to play Star Control again and you want it for free, well, you can play it again without the IP for free. Who, me? I don't know who you're referring to. Mouse Peter. But yeah, this experimental build has been kind of hot in a few places, but it's fine. I've definitely like described myself in Dwarf Fortress flavor text before. There you go. Appreciate you, Mouse Peter. I'm just gonna get boulders for this. Screw it. It's just floors. I may be misremembering, but it was, oh God, don't let me die today, tomorrow, please, much better, in a weird distorted voice. Yeah, that is a line from Star Control. Hey, look, a colony of bees. How lovelies. It's actually kind of funny, though. Almost every time I've found a crash with these UI changes, I've almost immediately figured out a way to repeat it every single time. So at least they're like quick fixes generally. Colony of Birchmen. I don't know what that is. For anyone out there, I mean, someone said great song, so I assume somebody got the reference. Expedition leader True Freak meets with our, local dwarfy friend here. And I'm going to say I can't remember what I requested last time. Right, I requested under powders. I requested, no, not powders. It was buckets, splints, glass, miscellaneous, pearl ash. That's what I requested. for a lash. I'm also going to request... I almost always request anvils, so that's an easy bet. Because it's an easy way to just get metal. I think that's all I'll do. I know there was something else in there, but whatever. Let's see if anything different happened this time. I doubt it. Nope. Yeah, it's always nice to see developers coming back under their old name, which is interesting because apparently the guys who made Star Control apparently founded the studio Toys for Bob. Okay, that's different. Giant bat who's terrified while in conflict. With what? Cavern dwellers apparently. Where, might I ask? I don't see any cavern dwellers anywhere on this screen. So is it this giant bat? Well, let the fun begin. Uh-oh. Well, Borker McGee and Giant Bat are fighting. Giant Bat is currently winning badly against Borker, the dog here. Dog is no longer alive. Rest in peace, Pupper. Where did the bat go? Bat is now all the way the hell up here. It's got to just be this bat, right? It's going for my yaks because it wants to make them into yakety sacks. It's now chasing after and trying to attack them. My dwarves are coming flying into the vicinity. My rooster apparently actually got a bite in on it. The rooster snatches the giant... Snatches? Okay, so bit it in the upper arm, denting it, which is pretty impressive. Then the giant bat bit it, which tore apart its fat. Then the rooster snatches. Is that a typo? Or is snatching an attack at the giant bat's upper left leg with its first toe, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle? The hammerer hacks the giant bat in the upper arm with her steel battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. It's going to have a hard time flying now. The giant bat collapses from overexertion. The hammerer hacks the giant bat in the right hand with a steel battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. And it died in a tree. I'm now going to chop down this tree, and then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to send my dwarves north. I need to figure out if there's more. Wait for the military. Come on. There we go. Why is it always cave swallow people? I didn't even swallow cave people. Logan the Hammerer, who's a novice axe dwarf at this exact moment, is now charging forwards. Where is the invaders' axes? Ah, okay. Well, they're not too far away. Wait. Oh, that's disappointing. Tune in Blind Still Online. Good evening. All right. This is already a much more exciting timeline. So this cave person is carrying a blowgun. It seems that Logum down here is also fighting alongside of Walnut. Walnut's actually sustained an injury, taken an injury. It appears that Walnut is injured due to the fact that Walnut is fighting with just a axe and no actual armors or anything. They do have some rings, so maybe make the most of those rings and use them to deflect those blow darts, yeah? The first one falls almost immediately. Where did Walnut go? Oh, Walnut is climbing the wall. Or jumping? I mean, A+ for effort. Could be snatched depending on how you see, like a chicken tried to grab quickly and violently with its beak. Oh, true. I guess I'm always amazed how many little things I've seen before. There's a guy posting Discord porn in my Discord. Cool. Wow, you're not wrong. Breaking server rules, delete message history, past 3 days. Bam. Anyway, sorted. Thank you. What, like non-stop doing it for 11 hours? Because I feel like someone would have said something by this point. Oh, no, I thought you were saying somebody's been posting porn in my Discord for 11 hours. You had me real worried for a moment there. I was like, what? You look away for 5 minutes? Yeah, I mean. It's okay, it's gone now. Dart guns shoot darts. Would blowguns shoot? Not gonna worry about it. So this blowgunner here is having a very rough day. The sheriff blocks the flying tower cat blow dart with a steel shield. Cave swallow woman blowgunner says, I can't just stand by. This might require an answer. I wonder, are they shooting anything covered in poison? It's covered as cave spider venom. Ooh, that's pretty bad, actually. That can give a permanent syndrome. Napalm is pushing forward. Most recently striking at the cave swallow woman's spearman. What weapons do they has? Okay, just wooden stuff. We're fine. Walnut is climbing a tree actively. And this is why I was saying maybe I should nerf them. We may lose this. If we don't, it's literally going to be because of the dogs. Yep, we are 100% losing this. I liked the other timeline more, chat. I really want to jump back to that save, but... Retreat? Nope, too late. Slippery John ran in. Is in a martial trance. It's your only chance of living is the fact that you're in a martial trance and is now bleeding, exhausted, bleeding heavily, faint. That's a shame. The problem is it's just, I'm not getting these migrants, man. Such a bloody shame. Walnut's not dead. Where's Walnut? Jack, can I get a round of beers or a round of Fs or a round of something? Oh, I see. Walnut's trying to get in. There you go. Walnut survived. Where were they? Oh, there they are. All over here. That one just go up, or did they leave the map? Oh, I see. They just chased forward. Fighting with the war dogs still. My world is real hostile. No, this is normal. This is nothing abnormal. Well. Because they're probably just going to come fly in, right? Unless they're all sitting on their mounts. Although these ones are like sitting up here. Oh, trust me. You've got fun ahead of you. If it's your first time in the caverns. That's a bloody shame. How many dogs do I still have left? Not many. Time to train them all again. If Zephyr returns, I will rename him. Yeah. I will give you a dwarf from the next migrant wave regardless. All right, well. So for those of you who missed the fighting, at least, you know, we took out more of them than they took out of us. That's weird. Why doesn't it list the dead missing dwarves? That's odd. Got a web shooting demon. Oh, really? Yeah, no, you should always dig into those and, like, smooth. You should smooth and fortify into those instead of just digging straight into them. Word of advice. All right, well, let's check this. These are all iron bars. I'm just going to get a Lemonite job just going and running. Just gonna quickly queue up some more charcoal. See what nobles I'm missing. I still don't have the chief medical dwarf. Kavish is a novice medical dwarf. So I'm going to make a real quick hospital. The question is, where am I gonna put it? I think hospital. Let's put the hospital right here. At least I don't need to make bedrooms for people now. We automatically have enough bedrooms. That's good. At least I was able to save one dwarf. Certainly not the worst outcome I've had. Definitely not the best. I still have a woodcutter assigned. Yes, I do. True Freak, the expedition leader. I'm also going to need to make, let's just say, coffin. We'll make them out of gabbro. And I'm going to put them down by the, what's the word? By the lava sea. They can rest in fire. Or rest by fire. Close that. Don't need it. Don't need you. Investments giveth and taketh. This is very much the truth, yes. What are all my miners doing? You're sleeping. How badly injured is Walnut? Afraid after experiencing trauma. At least you're enjoying your axe training stuff. You've got dents in your body? Oh boy. So I'm just going to queue up a pig iron job. Make, let's just say 10 pig iron bars. Let's make 10 steel bars. And I'm going to, let's say, there's just going to be job canceling here for a little bit. Steel battle axe, let's do 3. Steel shields, we'll do 3. And we'll do iron helm. Iron gauntlet. Iron breastplate. And iron greaves. We'll do 3 of each. And then I'm going to try and get some dwarves training around the clock. I need to make a new captain of the guard, because our captain of the guard, or I guess in this case, sheriff, I will say Walnut inherits the job. I need a new hammerer. Who was the spouse of the old hammerer? Asmil. You can become the new hammerer. There you are. Which is even better because you already have all this stuff assigned to you. And it's everybody, I guess. Walnut, you are going to get this assigned to you. And this assigned to you. And I'm going to actually remove you from the military. Which is currently going to be headed up by Bonesaw, but it's just going to be set to off-duty, no training. Until I get that next migrant wave. So 2 stray puppies have been found dead. I beg your pardon? I guess they killed them. Poor puppers is what it is, unfortunately. This may end up being kind of a short-ish fort, but that's fine. See no problems. So chat room, we're at that time of the day where a lot of people have gone to bed, which some of you might be going, well, what does that mean? Well, that means something very simple. It means if you are watching the stream right now, you're a competent mace dwarf. Really? Means if you're watching the stream right now, the more active the stream stays, the more active the chat stays, the longer the stream will go. Doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Well, thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Really feels discouraged, can handle stress, and is a bit stubborn and changing her mind about things. I will put you into the military, but I'm not going to make you in charge of the military. You're a fisher dwarf. What about you? Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds this stuff foolish. Can you stop doing that, Stone? I said this stone worker is a competent mace dwarf. I really wish that, like, I could permanently disable pinning messages in my chat. These sacrifices wasteful and foolish. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Don't think we're getting Zephon again. Obsessed with order and structure in her life, kept with everything kept in its proper place, is unbelievably stubborn, will stick with things even if the most futile action once her mind is made up. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra efforts. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Well, there goes that hope. Fucking... Oh, hey! Chat room? I 1,000% feel now that this dwarf is a vampire. Because Zephon just showed up with a different job this time. What's up, Apostic? So this was the dwarf that was named previously? That's like even more suspect. He's got the same skills. He's got the same needs and the same recent thoughts. Felt angry. Unite Theater. I mean, you guys can... He has a different face. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Actually, hold on a second. Skin is copper. His hair is dark chestnut. Maybe not. I mean, he does have the same recent thoughts. No, they don't say 0 kill anymore. Can somebody go check last name? I mean, could be lying about his age. But it's the thoughts that's throwing it out for me. Yeah, he got into an argument recently. Do you read that wrong, or is his memory 65 years in the future? 509? So no, not 60. It's a 0. He has a poor memory. Rarely looks on others with thoughts, slow going, leisurely pace. Doesn't mind wearing it. Distract him when during conversations. When he's excited, he's thinking he has a tendency to chew on his cheek. What's making me think it's the same person is it was also an appraiser, and the thoughts are the same. Regardless, this dwarf is still named Zephon and still sus, so giving it to that dwarf. Man, I was really hoping that Migrant Wave would be bigger. What if he forgot his old job? I forget my old job all the time, I'll have you know. Also is the only one that has active needs. I'm gonna do a quick save though. Why is Zephon sus? So vampires are fixed in this patch, which means they hide their identity, they hide their real name, and they hide the fact that they are vampires. So they will sneak into their whole idea is that they sneak into your fort and eat a dwarf. I had a dwarf before I accidentally crashed the game, who who came into my fort as part of a migrant wave, who was very suspect and read like they were a vampire. So I'm suspecting that this dwarf is still a vampire. This is still a vampire, or is a vampire as well. However, the previous one, I never got to act on it if they were a vampire, so we never got proof. Let the cave swallows find out? That's, nah. I mean, I straight up, I can't fight the caverns, which means I just have to leave the doors locked. Because if I try to right now, it's weird how the simulation speeds up sometimes. If I were to try and fight, we'll just lose all the dwarves, and I'm getting tiny-ass migrant waves, so I can't afford to try and fight the caverns. Wearing any bone items? That doesn't generally matter. Also, considering the last fort I had was making a shit ton of items out of bone, that's not exactly going to be a good identifier. But we can check. Nope, like that. How's the capital doing? We're not playing it anymore. It's still alive and well. Queen's still alive, as far as I know. Unless she's died. Nope, Queen's still alive. Save the game. I literally just did that, so I'm not going to do it again. But thanks for the reminder. Hello, Peculiar Lobster. You had one recently following killing an Etten, counted 54 names on items on him. The vampire was extremely unsubtle. Yeah, no, they often get pretty unsubtle pretty quickly, but if a dwarf looks remotely off, it's often worth watching. A pretty good giveaway is they will always need to drink alcohol and never actually drink alcohol. Let's just get a kitchen up and running and make some food. The other problem with the fact that a bunch of dwarves just died off in the caverns is now I can't go get their bodies, which means I have to make slabs. I have a real pissed off dwarf right now. Why that? It's Walnut. Walnut is just like getting repeated PTSD right now. I still just have way too many jobs. Hey, Vay. I just need you to go chop down this tree, like right now. Like yesterday, actually. There you go.
Hooray. Happy
Thanks for the $4.
Love Day. The day you get drunk and stare longingly at some cute Gabbro Tilda.
Some cute Cavern. That's a new one. Thank you much for the 4 not real bucks bits. Also, Bonesaw has a full set of armor now, which is good. You went to sleep, woke up, and I'm still on? That happens sometimes. Although I do need to move Bonesaw out of management, which is the problem. Or actually out of squad management, rather. I will just put this pump operator in here, and I'll throw this spinner in here. I will also throw Are You Serious and the Fisher Dwarf in there, because I need dwarves training in the military. It's really just it. I will buy the single iron bar. I don't have any cages I want to buy. I will buy the Dwarven Rum Barrel. Won't buy the Venom Barrels. I will buy the 2 empty barrels. I will buy those. And we're not actually short on metal. I'm just being slow to get it started because my fortress is so small and behind. I will buy an extra iron anvil. Buy the fish. Just have food variety. I'll buy the extra thread, which I can't actually afford, so I won't buy all of the thread. There we go, and then we'll trade. All right, trading completed. At least I got that done just in time. How do we only have 17 pop still? You tell me. I would love to know, actually. All right, so Walnut, I'm going to remove you from all tasks. Except for orderlies. And you are going to go into the hospital in a minute. But yeah, if you figure out why I have so few dwarves, let me know. I'm assuming it's just because of the amount of wars that my faction is in. Like, this faction is just actively in some pretty humongous wars. Which is really bad for things like migration. But there isn't a ton that I can do, unfortunately. And if this ends up being a really short fort that doesn't get a lot of migrants, and we don't end up doing a lot with it, then so be it. No, I mean, I've traded I've traded less value, or more value in this fort than I did in the last fort, including, like, giving away stuff. So. And what did they ask for? Let me just double check so I can start producing it. They want footwear and sheet. Okay, so shoes. Got it. Everybody in the fort is getting a new set of shoes. Fortunately, that's really easy. Let's also do silk. Let's also do silk shirts. So everybody's going to get a new shirt and new shoes. That's wall, not floor. I needed floor. Also need a chief medical dork, who I do have. It's Kivish. You think you have enough leather for 5 to 10 years? Yeah, I tend to end up making my own leather, which usually ends up taking way longer than it should. I got 19 silk cloth, 32 cloth. Let's just go over here and just go process plants. Whoops. Let's just repeat that. Milk animal. Make cheese. Go up to here. We're only rendering fat. Let's prepare lavish meals. Let's just do 50 of those. Let's also press U. Go to the kitchen screen. Seeds is fine. Let's do drink. Please don't cook any of this. And now I will cash in that quick save from a couple minutes ago. Hey! Damn right. I mean, it's better than cave lobster, which we'll also be getting prepared versions of. I'm sure you can go into the caverns with 300 population. In fact, you probably can afford to lose some of that population. In this fort currently, I cannot afford to lose literally any population. Which is a shame that I lost a handful. Oh, hey! Chat, no apparent reason around it beers, it's payday. Your boy got paid. It's the best part about today. Annoying, irrelevant, fake holidays be damned. Today's payday. New shoes and beer. Yeah! Courtesy of chat. Right, chat? I don't even have beer in my house right now. Apparently I have a bunch of suspended floors. I've been hitting the T hotkey a lot, and I keep on hitting R instead, which makes the ramps do this. But T pops this screen up. Not a single military dude in the second cavern? Well, good luck. I'm sure everything will be fine. So the nights I recite the song, the willpower and the songs at the Cobalt Brunch, and you enjoyed that. Well, that's good. Actually, okay. Ah, crap. Okay, that's far away. I was like, have they entered my fort? I actually need to build this up one layer higher. I'll be deconstructing these anyway, so I'll just build 2 walls on this. That'll actually seal this side off. This side needs a bit higher, but that's okay for right now. How's it going? I lost some dwarves. We got attacked by cave creatures, or cavern creatures, which, as they say in the good old forts of dwarfs, it was inevitable. How are you butchering a giant skeleton? What do you actually get from butchering a giant bat skeleton? Hair and bone. Interesting. I didn't know that they could do that. Refuse and dumping. Gather outdoor remains. Save corpses. Save skulls. Save bones. Save shells. Save skins. There's just way too many jobs for these dwarves right now. Considering the number of dwarves. Pause collecting webs. I do need to build those walls and floors. Do need to make those coffins. I don't need to make the cabinets right now. That's not mandatory. Need to make those floors. None of those are mandatory. Drits can get done. Butchering animal can get done. Milking and processing plants and all that can get done. Making the slabs needs to get done. think that I made so many bedrooms for then, but not really. I wouldn't mind having less population if it was meant my dwarves would be happier. Unfortunately, all I know is that at least 12 dwarves in your fort and have friends and won't take direct risks unless necessary. And in fact, trying to do a militaryless fort when goblins kidnapped a child had... You know, honestly, doing a militaryless fort is one of those things where it's like... It's kind of like trying to... The game is so heavily designed around you having at least some military. Like, you kind of need, at the very least, some local guard. Unless you're turning off enemy threats entirely. Also, are you serious? Have you drank alcohol yet? Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation. Well, he did drink something. That part's weird. But he did drink something. I wonder if they can drink now, though. Still don't trust me? I mean, either. Do I even have a chest? Nope. Goddamn. Chest. Do it now. Table. Tower cap. Do it now. Did you check if it was the same last name, by the way, Stone? Because if you did, I missed it. Hospital. So something I can actually check now is I can go to overlays or orderlies, and I can go into edit and I can say they do all the health care jobs, and then I can just go back into orderlies, select orderlies, and say everybody do this, please. You don't fully understand Dwarven justice. Which part? You cannot interrogate anything unless a crime has been committed, because there's no reason to interrogate anybody if no crimes have been committed. It's pretty simple, really. At least I think it's pretty simple. I actually find like the Dwarf Fortress criminal system to be really interesting and also really easy to understand. Because there's really not that much to it. It's quite a simple system. It's just like anything else in Dwarf Fortress where people just completely overthink it and assume it's way more complicated than it actually is. It's just not really a system you're supposed to set up until crimes have started being committed, basically. Which is why I was really hoping that, like, somebody would make an artifact and one of those zombies would try and steal it or something. So that I could just get some crimes. Because that would just be really, really helpful right about now. Yes, the justice system is half done. It was half, or the current version of it was half implemented. Like the interrogations and all that was half implemented because they dropped working on it to go build this version of the game. Yeah, like a tantrum right about now would be real helpful. But I'm also not really expecting it. They're doing a decent job of keeping things stable-ish to a point. I'm going to make Walnut my tavern keeper as well as my sheriff. Which is also really funny that the most upset dwarf in the fort is also my sheriff. Oh, jeez. Clean self. I need a well. What I think I'm going to do is this. Which is going to go to right there. Could use a door. Could use a drawbridge. I'll use a drawbridge. I really wish I had like a 10th of the jobs in this fort currently, but there really isn't too much I can do about it. Okay, you know what? Let's go down to here. I'm going to keep brewing drinks. We're going to pause rendering, keep rendering fat. We're going to pause making steel bars. We're going to pause making, well, I'll keep, Okay, that's actually not that many jobs. That's 2 jobs total. I can get rid of these 3. It's just like way too natural and easy for me to just completely overload all of these dwarves. It's just way too easy for me to do that. So I can't remember which ones of these were dwarves and which ones of these were dogs. What's up, Farron? Which is a bit of a problem. Mine? I don't remember the last time I had a large communal dorm in a fort, so I don't know what you mean. Oh, dwarfs. Okay, I was gonna say. That's going all right. On a little late today. Need an icon. You have a couple of elephants growing. At the same time, you'll have a squad of elephant riders. Riders? Dwarves don't ride anything in Fortress mode. Being silly, but... Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4... okay, so 1 for traction bench, 1 for lever, pull, and then 1 for a well. Any advice on taming the caverns? Actually have population. Build a military early. Start defending. I've been in this fort for getting close to... We're in year 3, and I still only have 17 population. So actually get population. If I had like 70 dwarves or like 50 dwarves by now, no problem. I would have a squad and a half full of dwarves and we'd be good. But because I have such a small population, I might be fucked. So, you know, traps lots of them. That also helps, yeah. That's also something I should start doing, but I'm trying to just get one thing going currently. I just don't have the dwarf capacity to actually make a bigger fortress right now. 17 at year 3? Yep. Wall off areas, that too. Lots of. The problem is getting them to actually go into traps. Traps can be a bit of a pain. But military, traps, constant cleaning. How goes the latest fort? I think you just heard the spiel. But could be better. Could certainly be worse, but could certainly be better. When they hear about endeavors and riches? I mean, my last migrant wave was a migrant wave of 3. So there is that. This dwarf just might be really weird. Well, turns out making Walnut Bag into a tavern keeper might actually be the best thing I ever did for her. I mean, look at her. Voomp! Super happy suddenly. This dwarf was the only survivor of the cave swallow fight. Did I build far away from the main settlement? If you're asking me if I did the normal things that I would ask somebody else why they're not getting migrants, just stop. Like, I appreciate you trying to help, but just don't even bother. But no, this faction is just heavily under war. So if we're not getting migrants, it's likely just due to wars going on. And the faction just not actually having the population to send to me is likely the cause of it. You had a 1, 5, and 3 followed by a migrant wave of 25. God, I hope so. That would be wonderful. Let's just get this well built. Spore tree bucket with probably covered in a shiny, or not shiny, but probably covered in bone decorations, actually. Getting a traction bench built. Hey, there you go, Hexlin. It was a neat way to learn cave-in mechanics. Yeah, I learned cave-in mechanics crushing forgotten beasts that decided to not move for a very conveniently long period of time. I could do some caving in, but I'm kind of more in the mood for building up right now. Also, I do have little walls that are currently locked, so... Because I need a squad of 10 dwarves that are, like, fully geared and at the very least decent before I can really start fighting. Make an offer or just give them a really high profit margin. You're just here for something to eat, Zork? Well, I'm here just so that I don't get fined. Or I'm just here so I don't get fined, I think is the actual line. What artifacts have I made? Zil. Nil. 0. Nada. I'm so busy you forgot to tune in. Well, hi! You made it. Artifacts are what your dwarves make when they go into a strange mood. I've also should block off this side. Colo Franz Crawl, thank you very much for that brand new subscription. Welcome to the channel. Hello. Thank you very much for the support. That's gonna take him a minute. Made the slabs. I need to dig back down to the cavern layer anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down, or not the cavern layer, the lava layer, the magma layer. So I'm going to figure out how, or where I can dig directly through all this. Like maybe right here. Wait, that's where we're going to go. Directly through this. Okay, never mind, not going right there. Let's see, where else could I go? Go right here. Trying to figure out where to put my tombs. There we go. We'll do that. These dwarves will sleep by flames. Be slightly annoying to dig. Instead, I'm going to go to here. There we go. Actually, no, we'll just do it this way. And I will widen this up by a few. And let your fort get popular. There you go. That's the spirit. At least this dwarf is happying up a little bit. I'm still proud remembering the time they taught wrestling that one time, but... Give you a new cabinet. You a new cabinet. Who else needs cabinets? I'm sure there's a dwarf here that needs cabinets. Most of them. Turns out, most of them need cabinets. Oh, you've already got one. You don't need a second one. You do need one, though. Do you have an odd question? Related to a bug you mentioned earlier, you have a teleporting undead problem. It seems that it only happen when they lose limbs mid-fight, but they're falling into lava. But you haven't had this issue in other forts. So wait, when you say teleporting undead, you mean like random undead things appearing in places? They'll clip through windows. I thought that, but what version of the game are you playing? Their limbs always do? Okay, so that's not a new bug. That's a no. So if you're fighting on this layer and there is a layer directly beneath it, limbs can fall through floor. That's happened before. That is a known bug. I'm well aware of this bug. So can other things. Ammunition can also fall through floor. There's various things that can fall through floors. I like the fact that Walnut is literally standing on top of my expedition leader while my expedition leader is sleeping, trying to attend a meeting with him. That's very funny. Anyway, so that is known. So if there's a necromancer in the area, probably what's happening is they're not teleporting, but the limb is falling through a floor and then getting resurrected, which can also happen if there's a necromancer in the vicinity. So... they're not teleporting, for whatever that's worth. Which, I don't know if that helps you, but it is at the very least a known issue. I can be for prepared meals and drinks. This can be for no prepared meals and no drinks. Dangerous? What are you saying? Like, just use a drawbridge or something to just dump like a truckload of limbs into a room and then just be like, the prize, motherfucker, and then resurrect them all? Is that what you're suggesting? I don't know if that would work particularly well, but that would be very funny. At least things don't teleport sideways through walls anymore. But welcome back, Elfie. Somebody was posting naked fat men in my Discord a minute ago. I got to ban somebody from my Discord for the first time in a while. Something funny about the line meat barrel. Dwarves used to actually be able to dodge through full walls, dug and constructed while training. Specifically while training dodging. I swear I'm hearing the combat sounds. But I'm not. It's throwing me off. It must just be the cavern sounds. But seriously, thank you very much for that subscription. It means a lot. It really does. Helps keep this weird channel funded. Actually, here's an idea. I'm going to channel these edge bits down by one on each side. So I'm going to do this. So they can actually rest by the flame. So we can get all that stuff made. Can also go into here and I can remove these bottom layers, and then I can get their tombs made, or I can get tombs placed in front of these. Because I can't place tombs on ramps. Just have to wait for these to all be placed. That is napalm. Well, this is a wee bit of a problem. It doesn't show them as deceased on that screen, which it should. This one's for Slippery. This one's for Alath, which I'm not certain is a dwarf or a dog, so we'll find out in a second. I think it was a dwarf, but... Nope. It's a dog. Same by the cave swallow woman, devoted mother. Okay, maybe are you a dwarf or a dog? What the hell? I wonder if the dead ones are at the bottom. Nope, they are not. Well, you're dead, you're dead. Slippery Logum. Yeah, Aleth must have been a dog. Which is also kind of annoying. I can't manually assign pets to things. All right, well, if that's not a dwarf, then I will put it up top. Yeah, I can't get to the bodies. They're surrounded by things that want to kill me. Slippery has been engraved. Yeah, this was the other one. Logum. I'm actually trying to make a tomb. One of the bonuses of having a smaller population is I can actually make proper tombs. If I can get it going now, maybe I can keep up with it. But we'll see. So this can be Logum right here. The Axe Dwarf. And this can be for Slippery. Oh, Cavern creatures. Cave swallow people. They got me at a bad time, which tends to happen, which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. There isn't a ton I can do about it. There you go. Gets that slab placed. Okay, well, got these 3 done at the very least. Now I can go through and place the rest that I've made, which is just the other 2. I have a recurring idea about trying like dwarven corpses into some sort of container. Coffins and mechanics won't work there for this, and then loading them into perpetual minecarts. The problem is bodies can't be resurrected once they're fully rotten. Like they need to be resurrected recently. Otherwise they will never be friendly when they do get resurrected, and they don't get resurrected as consistently. So, speaking of zombies, there's a zombie elven poet in this fort. Interesting. I need to make... Currently no steel battle axe, apparently. Ah. I'm also going to extend the size of the stockpile to all the way down to here. I'm getting a lot of steel making job cancellations currently. Another goblin criminal. I'm starting to think that we're becoming a villainous hive of scum and villainy. I mean, if I look at the others right now in the fort, we currently have a self-described dwarf criminal, a goblin criminal, and an elf corpse. You know, it's funny that they worship the doctrine of subtlety. Or subtlety. Subtly? Never mind, that's not the word I thought it was. It's subtlety. Well, they're a member of the Mute Evil. Well, at least they're quiet about it. I'm in an ad break real quick. Necromancy 101 from Blind. I mean, not really. Can someone help you? How can I generate a world with tall caverns? I have no idea. You'd have to ask a world gen wizard. I am not one. Someone in chat might be, though. And if you're asking, how do I generate a cavern like this? I don't know. This is default settings. They were aware that I was building a prison and they wanted to... Yeah, true. They want to know about the gift shop, Desokan. If only prisons work this well IRL. I don't know. Maybe people who end up... Here's the thing. Cops tend to attract criminals. I'm just saying. Yes, but I find this font kind of hard to read after like 12 hours of stream. I know that might be shocking, boom, boom, but it's the truth. And I have been streaming for 12 hours today. And it turns out, after about 12 hours, I start to have a hard time reading. I like to think that that's kind of understandable, I don't know. Okay, so let's check out forbidden, or currently unallowed jobs and re-allowed all of them. At least we've cleared more or less everything outside of that. Why is there a guinea pig in my fort? What the God damn it. I can't escape these stupid guinea pigs. Guinea pigs in Dwarf Fortress are going to be the death of me until they at the very least give one piece of usable meat. If they gave one piece of usable meat, I wouldn't absolutely hate them. We are currently cooking lavish meals using cheese. I'm sure they also noticed the lovely meal variety that we have here as well. Sounds like fondue. It's probably just gonna be more like deep fried cheese, but... chopped moose liver. And... prepared green tree frog brain. It's a garnish. It's very small. It's a texture additive. Speaking of texture additives, well, I mean, if this dwarf is a vampire or not, they are certainly training being a wacky with an axie dwarf pretty quick, so that's good. I currently need a second one of these suckers. Problem is, I'm all out of blocks. Let's just make you a workshop order and we'll make Gabbro blocks. I also really need, and I do really mean really need, really need to get this well done. I kind of want to get these boulders out of here first. Why didn't they finish this? What? Did I not? I thought I did this. Okay, maybe I didn't. The prepared Yeti brain. I'm always amused by like insect brain, like fly brain, or like butterfly brain, or bumblebee brain. It's like, man, I know that dwarves are small, but they're not that small. It's like, man, that's some delicate hands, dude. At least this dwarf is like recovering a little bit from such a horrible situation in her life. A chimpanzee brain? Not an eyeball? It was a chimpanzee brain that did it? Let's do that. I need to get this Gabbro out of here anyway. You. Charcoal. Let's give me 50, please. I also need more trees so I can do that charcoal, which won't be too difficult. You know what's funny to me is how many people are just like, we need diseases in Dwarf Fortress, and I don't understand it. It's like, I'd be totally okay with like a tiny little bit of flavor text of it. I hate that pop-up, but every now and again it's useful. Why are you starving, Stingray? Where are you? How does do this keep happening? Okay, so I'm gonna do a thing real quick. I'm going to make a zone right here. Just a burrow, you know, and a burrow right here. Yep. Also a burrow here. I'm gonna go up to here. Hey, it's pink. That's very convenient. For no particular reason. I'm just stating that. I think it's kind of funny. And then I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna add everybody to it, and then I'm gonna go down here, and then I'm gonna unlock this, and then I'm gonna sit here, and I'm gonna pray that nothing scary runs in. And I'm gonna go, Stingray, where are you at? Get in here, you doofus of a Dwarfus. I think it's because people just have diseases on the brain, and it's a common, like, mechanic in other city builders. It's also a mechanic I tend to hate in city builders. So, the syndromes are already enough. Yeah, I don't think it would benefit the game. It's one of those mechanics where, like, I mentioned this earlier today, actually. I think it would be an interesting mechanic in adventure mode, actually, because then, like, you know, having to seek a cure for a rare liver condition or something could be, like, a fun mechanic, but I don't really have any desire whatsoever to, like, have to deal with some chronic illness in Fortress mode. Like, that doesn't sound even remotely appealing to me. I don't know. I don't see that ever happening, even in, like, a meme capacity. In regards to the, people are unable to keep Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cut apart. Although if Dwarf Fortress were to steal anything from Caves of Cut, I would say cooking. You can dream. Of course you can dream. Unless you smoke a lot of weed, then it's pretty hard to dream. Well, I mean, the main separation between Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cut is in Dwarf Fortress, one of the most requested features is tactical nukes so that you can tactically nuke the goblins off the map. In Caves of Cut, they have tactical nukes, so. I'm going to queue up, Steel Battle Axe, 10. Steel bars. Steel pig iron. Pig iron. And, limonite. Except I'm going to lower the number of steel axes down to 5. Okay, we'll just let that fill for a minute. Now I can go over here, and I can go furnaces, smelter. One of these is a magma smelter, which is this one. The rest aren't. I've cured both of those. You don't want that feature in Dwarf Fortress? I'll be honest, I like it in CUD because it fits the game. I don't actually like it mechanically or gameplay-wise. I don't like the gameplay it adds. Like, is it a good mechanic? Yes. Should it be in the game? Yes. Do I like it? No. Not in the slightest, actually. Okay, this was before I made those weapon racks and armor stands. Let's do that. Rock weapon rack. Rock stand. armor stand. Rock coffer. I'm going to make quartzite. I'm going to make all of these out of quartzite, and I'm going to go mine or dig out some more quartzite. I need more quartzite, turns out. For armor stands, I'm going to do 14. Weapon racks, I'm going to do 14. Coffers, I'm going to do 20. 25. And I'm going to jump up to this layer. You think sieges already bother you enough? That's fair enough. Fair enough, Tailing. Take care of yourself. Borderline a poem more than any game in any case. You know, you probably haven't played this game, so I will just say this. The video game Path of Acra literally has procedurally generated poetry. So I would play Path of Acra before you say that. I will say the writing in Caves of Cut is wonderful, but Path of Acra has procedural poetry. I think people want disease for the same reason people want cannibalism in games like this. It's a thing to make memes about and talk about. No, I mean Path of Acra. Path of Acra has procedural poetry in it. Caves of Cut has procedural word vomit. And a few instances of poems and such, but there's a lot more of that stuff in... Oh, hey, I've now got repeated criminal visitors. They've returned several times now. What type of axe are you going to go grab? That's a shitty helmet. Jesus, man. I mean, there is like a wonderful writing in Cud, but I'm just saying there's procedural poems. There are stories and poems in DF. There's stories, sure. There are descriptions of types of poetry, but there's no actual poems in Dwarf Fortress. Oh shit. Do we still have food in this? Yes, this should have no food in it. I was wondering why this stockpile was so empty, and it's like, well, because all this shit's still down here. Well, that makes sense. It's gonna be a lot of hauling jobs all at once all of a sudden. Out of no way. Let's just lock this real quick. Trust me, I'm not knocking Cut if people are getting the gist of that. Yeah, well, I mean, that already actually is a thing in adventure mode, right? Like, you can poison weapons in adventure mode. You can dip weapons in poison and use poisoned weapons, which, so, like, if people want that, that's already a thing in adventure mode. And that's, again, a mechanic that makes sense in adventure mode, but not really in Fortress mode. I mean, it would be an annoyance in Fortress mode. I mean, enemies can have poisoned weapons in Fortress mode, but that's because they have shit weapons generally. Clisp, thank you very much for the 3rd month of Prime. Welcome back. You wanted to read those dwarves books? Me too, honestly. I really would like to know what some of these books are about. A lot of them sound like absolute friggin' madness. So speaking of things, I need a stockpile of limestone and chalk. Limestone and chalk. And I need to jump up to the layer that has the chalk on it, probably. We'll do both of them. One at a time. How's Walnut doing? Walnut is the most upset dwarf in the fort, so I'm gonna keep an eye on her. She's literally just going through mass amounts of PTSD. Just on repeat. What a world. I think I should put mugs, I guess. Yeah, we should put mugs into this workshop or into this thing right here. Finished goods. There they are. Goblets. Is there no mug specific setting for this? Are they all just considered goblets? I feel like I'd never make mugs long enough to really think about it. No, that's me who gets that angry, and no, it's not hysterical. It's the destruction of a genre, and it kills me inside. Also, what are you writing for, if I can ask? I never know who's who. Are you naked or just wearing goblin-colored clothing? You're just wearing goblin-colored clothing. The Doom of Aches, Master of Beasts. So this is actually like a higher ranked dude in the Doom of Aches. Oh. So this goblin poet is the Master of Beasts of the Doom of Aches, and I would constantly get crimes coming from Dostengop Kuzud Zil. Actually, two different Dostengops. And I think that might be the other one. So in the last fortress, I would constantly have crimes and attempted thefts coming from this guy's faction, and this guy's higher up in this faction. You had a Hammerlord hilariously take out a trio of kobolds. Oh, poor guys. They did nothing wrong. Why you gotta beat up the kobolds so badly? They're just trying to steal you. The kobolds are literally like the crows of the Dwarf Fortress world. I ain't one of those weirdos who fetishizes them, but, like, I find them very funny. They're just very funny creatures. It's like I can't ever feel, like, any contempt for them or bring myself to really kill them because they're just too silly. Okay, so who is my woodcutter? Oh, that's a problem. Woodcutter in militaries currently, so sorted that problem. I've literally never had a kobold successfully steal something from me in my forts in this version. I've had them attempt it plenty of times, but I seem to recall that that mugs were in the older versions referred to as a tool in like a weird like portion of the like stocks menu that shouldn't have existed but did for some reason. But I may be Mandela affecting myself there a little bit. It's a zine that got a little bit too big and turned into a art article, but you didn't hear it from me, but we were running an article about, I mean, I have no idea what it is in the first place, so why would it be weird if you heard it from me? But yeah, don't ever get mad at people misusing the word roguelike. If you run into somebody who's like, or if don't ever get mad at somebody who is upset about people misusing the word roguelike, it's literally the active destruction of a genre and the inability for a genre to continue existing. As a stalwart, one of those people, you should give this person a platform and let them publish as many articles about how the entire fucking planet should stop using roguelike as a marketing term. Because that's all it is, and it's sad. It's like when RPGs all became action-adventure games. And now for some reason people think every action-adventure like Dark Souls is a RPG, which is just wrong. And let the arguments ensue. Go fuck yourself with a truck and a squid person. In either order. Nearest games. But yeah, that's what I mean. Those people never played Rogue or NetHack. The number of times like I've like made a video covering Rogue or NetHack and half of like my audience just has like a spontaneous conniption fit about like, oh my god, that's why they're called that? Very funny to me. She's one of those people who will give you a... Okay, you're describing me. So stop saying she's one of those people because I feel like you're like insulting me. Like literally. Stop it. She's an intelligent human being who understands gaming history and should go around educating uneducated fools who have no right talking about our marketing games if they don't understand the basics of video game genre history. Okay, now that I'm done being a pompous fool, what was I gonna queue up? I was gonna queue up something. I don't care. You keep saying one of those people. Like I've never met one before. You're describing most of my audience. Usually during endless conference calls. That's kind of like me when I used to play Minesweeper during meetings and scouts. One of those people? Yeah, if you call me one of those people, again, I will just ban you from my chat. You can be relegated to the YouTube friends. Chests are for backpacks, flasks, bolts, and quivers. If we're talking about in barracks. Yeah, because all it's used for these days is marketing. And you can thank shit games like Binding of Isaac for completely distorting the term to the point where nobody understands it exists anymore. And yes, I'm aware that Binding of Isaac is a very good game, and I'm not disputing that. However, I am disputing its marketing. No problem, Mouse Beater. Please be nice to your mouse. It deserves a break. Have I played Gloomhaven? No. No, I have not. Never really had any interest in it. I also generally just don't have interest in, like, that kind of board game stuff. Oh boy. How did we see you? Oh. I'm not entirely sure why, but I think that's Walnut's pet goat, who for some reason isn't where Walnut's pet goat is supposed to be. And you know what? There ain't much I can do about it at this exact moment. No, I'm throwing, like, blank threats that don't mean anything because I've been streaming for 12.5 hours and I'm feeling uppity. There's nothing hysterical about someone's favorite genre getting destroyed by shitty marketing, so I'm glad we have very different senses of humor, but please cease sharing your laughter with me because it's actually kind of upsetting me a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Mice are meant to be abused and put away. Feels bad, man. So I'm glad this is a joke to you. But it's not a joke to me! And then they promptly fear failure. Well, all right. Need to change the light. Blur here. Softer light. So it's kind of all the same to you? Yeah, well, if you run a publication, it is your journalistic right. And you are compelled to be accurate when speaking with other people. And I don't know anything about the outlet that you work for at all. And frankly, I don't care that much. But if you are going around and telling people this as a joke, I know for you this is hysterical, clearly. I do find that mildly disturbing, jokes aside. That's all. Especially if you're writing about a game like Caves of Cut. Or any game, really, for that matter. So that's all. Do I still have the burrow on? No, I don't. Why are you not chopping down wood? The fuck? Because you're too busy making a quartzite armor stand. Right. I don't care the way you work behind the scenes. I'm talking about the way you're talking in my chat right now, right? And I'm standing by what I've said. You're noticing a trend where every single migrant you get are either former guys with high master or legendary skills from your old fort. That's pretty cool. Why does that concern you? In an attempt to make a word fort, you've angered the elves enough to warrant a full-scale invasion, including 10 warbears. Oh, that's nice. I built a fort once that had a rule which was no digging. And that was pretty fun. We built a very, very, very large wooden structure suspended between two caverns. Or two giant, like, cliff faces, rather, not caverns. It was in a giant ravine, I guess would be the word. It wasn't quite like a canyon, but it's a very fun structure we built. It ended up looking real cool. We used, like, basically a giant water cannon to kill things, and then it fell to were creatures because it got in at a bad angle, and I was like, just kind of went, well, eh. Only ramps was good times. That wasn't only ramps, but that only ramps was after that one, I think. Take a look at your old fort and the population has doubled. That usually happens. I'm a little bit worried about my old fort because the population went from 300 to 400 and now it's back down to 300. Is it bad that I'm almost regretting taming kobolds? Because now everybody's asking about all these other intelligent creatures. Kobolds are unique, which is why I did that. It's literally just a kobold thing. Only kobolds can do that. Or sorry, it's literally, it's gremlins are unique, not kobolds. Only gremlins can do that. Bleh. Do I like bubble tea? No. Not really. I mean, white chicks call it boba, but no, it's bubble tea. It just tastes like sugar and carbohydrates, and I'm diabetic, so not really. I mean, like, bubble tea is one of... Don't ever look at the carb counts or, like, calorie counts on bubble tea. Just don't do that. If you enjoy bubble tea, don't do that. You will cease enjoying bubble tea pretty quickly. Actually, what is the population of the old fort? Let's check. 300 still. Yeah, it went down by 100 because it went up to 400 and then it almost immediately went down to 300. But that's what makes it good? Yeah, and as a diabetic, that's what makes it pain. I drink my coffee black. And that's like my life, so. Let's make 2 steel shields. Once I have the steel, obviously. Let's just make 3. I mean, do that. I mean, it's like a dessert drink, basically. Excuse me, Dwarf. Is there a reason why you are refusing to chop down trees? You have a steel battle axe in your inventory. There you go. Okay. Now you're doing it. No. If I'm making cold brew, I use my French press. I usually use a pour over. Hario V60 pour over. And Lanix wants you to post beers, chat. Place near us that does half sugar and your partner gets his there. You never enjoyed it. I mean, before I was diagnosed with type 1, I would get it now and again because my ex really liked the stuff, but I don't know, it's like ice cream. I mean, I'll have it now and again, and it was tasty, but like, would I describe myself as somebody who likes bubble tea? No, not really. But I've also never really had a huge sweet tooth. Right? Like, I guess it would be the same thing. Like, do you like white hot chocolate? No, it's just sugar. Not really. It's not something I actively seek out. It wasn't something I actively seeked out when I could eat it freely. Now that I can't, it's even less something that I actively seek out. You've been wearing dimple-dyed Joker makeup for too long. Mm-hmm. No problem. And play Path of Acra. Sheesh. Let's do this now. Let's get it pulled. We're into early spring. We may get a migrant wave again. Here's hoping. Cross your fingers. Frustrated after being able to pray to their ghost for too long. I mean, fair enough. What you? Competent X-Dwarf. We're getting there. Dodok here. You're a novice. Tisk. I'm real tempted. Oh, there's that Necro Tower. That's close-ish. To just go hit something that's abandoned, or has really small population, or has something to steal. But I probably shouldn't start another war. Strolling by your front door. You need to remember that trolls are wild animals, right? So if you have trolls wandering around in your forts, they are friendly unless they're a member of a faction. They're not necessarily hostile. It's like having I don't know, a bear walk by. Like if you provoke it, yeah, it could cause you problems, but just having a creature like that is not necessarily an issue. The willpower at the songs at willpower. I'm seeing a lot of this one specific poem. It's like this faction only has like the willpower and the songs. This is like the only poem everybody knows. Do you know any poems that we don't? Nope. It's literally just the willpower and the songs. If I was playing adventure mode, I'd write like 50 poems and see if I could teach them into everybody. There we go. Some people... Oh, wait, no, you still only know one poem. Bonesaw. Bonesaw may know economic data, but only knows a single poem. Need 1 steel bars. Curious, why are steel bars getting canceled? Oh, it's just gonna take you a while to hike it down, I guess. You're a bit unsure about how wild trolls worked? I mean, yeah, it's like they're no different than any other wild animal that walks by your fortress, right? In fact, I don't even think they're like naturally aggro. Some creatures are, but not everything is. There you go. At least you have a shield now. They're using a copper axe instead of a metal one, but hey, at the very least you have an axe. What's on the map currently? Giant sparrows on the surface. Got all of these unassigned war dogs. Tons of puppies. Let's get some more dogs trained. And, well, there isn't really much I can do until I get another migrant wave right now. Quite literally. Like, there is not a ton that I can do until I get another migrant wave. Because I'm just so short on population. So I will just let jobs run. Keep an eye on the food population. Got a bunch of plump helmet roasts. We've got naked mulldog sweetbread roasts. We've got sparrow's spleen roast. Bugbat tripe roast. I don't even know when I killed a bugbat, but apparently I killed a bugbat at some point, which has giant cave swallow liver and minced sparrow meat in it, in fact. I've got another dwarven criminal with a goblin name. There's so many. That's just funny. Make a little room back here. This is going to be the storage portion of my military stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to hit this button. I want to go to weapons. None. And I want to go to armor. None. Goblin Master of Beast is sharing a rumor from abroad. Do tell. I would love to know your rumor from abroad. Although it's going to take a minute to spot it. I really wish, like, when you select news and rumors, it would tell you what's recent. And it could be this. I doubt it. Synthad. Oh shit! Apparently Darth Plagueis the Wise is now the holy grip, the holy crypt of the Cult of Ghosts, which is kind of funny. My old dwarves are getting ranks in society. Not seeing any active... Oh, these are the rumors from abroad. Oh, boy. So this is what this guy just told me about. Doom of Aches are actively at war with these humans. Holy shit, that's a big city. Town my ass, that is a city. 10,000 people. At least in Dwarf Fortress terms. Goblins are marching on them too. The Dark Goblin Fortress here, which has 10 people in it. They're also fighting with these elves. Zola's Dent routes, the eviscerated knives marched on Clamwordy. Clearly that clam's got a lot to say. 10 people? That or it's like, it might just be a very heavy battle site. And they have a book called Before Humans there. All right, everybody is now satisfied with their living space, which is good. I'm so ahead of everything, prepared for all these nobles and getting no dwarfs. It's... Chat, can you cross your fingers and your toes for like 15 dwarf migrant wave, please? God damn it, I need it. Like, bad. Praying to Armok, that works. I thought I removed armor from this. I did. So I got other items to store in stockpiles. You have an idea? Oh no, that's concerning. This is gonna become weapon storage. I'm gonna see if I can make a series, or if I can actually get weapon racks work, or armor stands rather, working. It's like, I'm not that flexible now with that attitude. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Yak, milk, dwarven ale, and cavefish biscuits. That sounds delicious, actually. I could work with that. Like in real life, I could truck with that like right now. Like I could go for like a big old glass of milk, some biscuits, some like deep fried fish biscuits, and like maybe throw some potatoes in there, and like that's a meal. Like that sounds like something I would have at the pub. Could certainly roll with something similar to that. So this right here, oh, yay! Okay, well this is a fisheries worker, and they're gonna be real disappointed of the lack of fisheries gerbs here, but it's 2 migrants. We've also got this competent mace dwarf coming in from not my previous fort, but hey, you've got military skill-ish things. Please don't just be 2 dwarves. 3 dwarves? Okay, sweet, that's good. This one's also got some novice military skill-ish things. Member of the Fated Crew. 4, okay. More good signs. That's a goat. No, that's a llama. And a bull. Please. Please, 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 dwarves. Please. Dwarf number go up. Yep. That's a blacksmith. Okay. You can't have gone very far if you came back from migrants. Completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted with danger. I mean, this one must have come from my fort. Yep. Wait. Roof of Rivers. We were the dutiful boulders. You were in my fort a while ago. You're a novice spear dwarf. You don't know anybody from my last fort. Well, Unib, you both can get into the military. Elfie, somebody happy with pet. Oh boy, okay. You're a novice mace dwarf. Be happy with a pet. Deagle's happy, but I can go to the creatures screen, and I can go to the animals screen, and I can go, boom. Done. You now have pet pupper, named Mural, who's a word-durger, a word-durg who's gonna follow you around. She does not often feel lustful, thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, rarely feels discouraged, can handle stress, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about stuff. She talks quietly when she's nervous, she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, is a hardened individual. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values honesty, thinks friendship is important, and considers craft ore should be relatively worthless, does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes native gold, bronze, and clear opal, and the color aqua, figurines and catapult parts, and the sight of the wondrous sister. And when possible, prefers to consume spotted ratfish and 35 dwarves, fuck yeah, and quinoa beer, and foxtail mullet flour, and elephant head, and amaranth seeds, and absolutely hates lizards. That part's wrong. We were pretty close up until that point. And you are friends with a zombie. Or passing acquaintances with a zombie and a goblin and a zombie. You are friends with a zombie criminal, though, so. Who has since left the map, which means you're probably going to try and steal my stuff soon. Let's see if any more dwarves have migrated here. From my last fort. I mean, we got gem cutters. Still more showing up? Or is that all of them? Looks like that's all of them. So we're up to 35 dwarves. That's good. Very good. I mean, that's really what we needed, honestly. And now everything can finally get put away. Let's look at some of these new dwarves. Where'd you come from? This dwarf is a novice hammer dwarf and is running around hauling stuff for me, which is great. I love to see it. Currently moving barrels around. This is Vubok, another new dwarf. Adequate blacksmith, frankly, that's good to see as well. My mouse wheel is acting up again. Got a clother as well. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end and dreams of creating a great work of art. Well, I'm gonna throw you in. I'm gonna throw Cogsack in. I'm gonna throw Einod in. We're gonna take a peek at the military weaponry stuff that we has, or have currently, I guess. Update equipment. We do have enough axes, barely. Not quite enough shields. The problem is that's probably using up most of my non-steel ones. This dwarf's already meditating on death. Well, that's good. Present some considering he sees war as a useful means to an end. Yeah, that's great already. How's the fort going? Slow, but good aside from that. Like, not bad by any stretch. I may also just assign a messenger as a matter of course, because I'm, like, clearing all nobles, basically. And our first artifact. Well, maybe we'll get our first crimes in a moment. Vubok, the blacksmith, has been taken by a strange mood. Beelines it. Grabs a steel bar. Okay. But how was the very long nap? Grab steel bars and dog leather. All right. I like the sound of that. That was a weird sound. Sometimes living in apartments is creepy. Somebody just ran up the hallway and it sounded like they were like holding something against the wall and it was like tapping the window, like the doors, like tap, 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 tap all the way down the hallway. Very odd. Such is living in an apartment, you know? All right, so this becomes another barracks. It's just going to be where they store their stuff. But glad you had a good long nap. I've had a good long stream. Because tomorrow's going to be a shorter stream, so we're kind of pre-making up for it, I guess. By shorter, I mean I'm just going to do an 8-hour workday tomorrow. Nothing crazy, you know? Hey, see, this stuff works. People don't seem to believe me, but, like, they will put their gear onto armor stands. Weapon racks don't do anything, though, which I think is a bit of a shame. Although some of this stuff actually needs to get melted. That being said, they do not work perfectly. I'll probably disable them pretty quick, but... Oh. Well, that's schwanky. Someone else comes along and stores it? Only if you have a stockpile set up to store it. I don't. Vobak, the blacksmith, has created a Thoth Shed, a steel weapon rack, and offers it to the Crimson Will of Smiths. Which I am going to put into the sheriff's office. Seems like a good gift to the sheriff, if you ask me. Which is, I guess, already getting moved. Oh, I see. Never mind. It's a weapon rack, not an armor stand. I can read. It's okay. It's been a long day. Holophones Crawl. Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. You made the mistake of putting way too much pasta down the carburetor, clogged up the parkade, and somehow the noodles came out of the car wash area and flooded it. Why? I've had a carburetor ever since I moved into this unit. I use it maybe once every 3 months. If I owned this unit, I would have removed it and permanently unwired it and disabled it. I don't understand why strange city people need a carburetor. It is one of the most baffling things to me about living in a city as somebody who grew up in the country. Like, food waste that can't be reused as other kinds of food like soup goes into a bag that goes into my freezer that goes into the, like, green bin. I don't understand why carburetors exist. It's one of the culturally strangest things to me about living in a city. Downright strange. Let's just get these guys training. Alcohol counts are getting decent. How's Walnut doing? Where's Walnut at? Recovering wounded. That's... What? You're not wounded, though. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I don't think this man's injured, Walnut. Garburator is a thing that, it's not a Canadian word. Garburator is a thing that goes into the sink that raunches up food. I think it's actually a brand name. It's like a Kleenex situation. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I've always understood it to be like a brand name thing. Or it's just called a Garburator because there's a brand called Garburator out there. But yeah, it's a sink disposal unit. Certainly not a Canadian word. I mean, garbage disposal here is, might be shocking to you. A trash bin? There's nothing disposing about putting into a garburator. It's simply just giving the problem to the sewage system instead of actually disposing of the garbage. It's like the equivalent of dusting and then throwing the dirt under a rug and being like, it's gone. What? Why would you do that? Like, that's not really helping anyone. Because America? I don't live in America, miss. I live in Canada. And this isn't just a America thing. This is a global thing. Sink-based trash disposal exists globally. It's a human problem that we should stop. It's okay, we got bigger problems. But like, seriously though, why? If you actually make this argument with me, this is another way to get like removed from my chat. Canada is not in America. Canada is Canada. America is America. This is a discussion / argument I have with many people frequently. Thank you, Lucky Steps. If you have to be like technically asinine about that kind of shit, you could say North America. America is America. Canada is not in America. Canada is a completely unique independent country. And if you tell me that again, I will ban you. Getting spicy, it's late. I think the Billy Goat just discovered it. Yep. Poor goat. I mean, like, how to piss off a Canadian in one sentence or less? Call us American. Like, that's just kind of a fact. And it's really, really, really adorable when I see people try and tell me things like that. Like, it's genuinely cute. That's okay. I pity your lack of intelligence and respect for countries. All right. You do more damage to your own plumbing with throwing stuff down the drain. I asked my apartment building permission to get a little outdoor compost unit. And they said no, so I did it anyway. I figured that was the logical thing to do. I will tell you this, Kamaguru. Don't ask stupid questions, okay? The second thing I will tell you is go to Mexico and start referring to them as Americans living in America. And don't get beaten up. It's an impossible challenge. You cannot complete it. I realize you think this is hysterical, Motor, but I'm not even remotely amused by you. That's what I do. When I have, like compostable food trash, it goes into the green bin, which is called compost. But I have personal compost because I do this thing called gardening. And turns out when you are a hobbyist gardener and garden in your own space, you need compost. So I keep my own compost. But yes, we do in fact have ways to dispose of it. But all buildings, for some reason, are constructed with built-in trash disposals and sinks. Yeah, but when you have a country that openly steals the name of a continent as the name of their country and their country's identity, you suddenly then muddy the water of what you can refer to other countries in the vicinity as because it confuses it. And as a Canadian, this is one of the most trite, annoying, stupid arguments that constantly happens. Because no matter how many times I explain to people to correct their wording, life goes on. And it's funny because, like, as a Canadian who watches Twitch, I see this exact same discussion happen in other channels with other Canadians. You just need some dingbat to just show up and be all like, yeah, but no, this is American. Technically, I would actually say I use the compost for my outdoor lettuce because I buy like potting soil and stuff from my indoor stuff. Small metal items like rings. I feel like that's a bit in every single like mid-90s Hallmark movie. Where'd that duck come from? Apparently I have a duck in the fort. Celesty, thank you, but you're not helping. Trying to move on here. Let's just move on. Please and thank you. Yes, I have a community garden plot. I also have many guerrilla farming efforts where I am farming in random plots of land that aren't being used for anything of value. Like where houses used to be, and land I don't own, and public parks, and don't ask the places I've planted garlic. If you walk within a 3-kilometer radius, you'll probably find like 4 or 5 public parks where I've probably planted garlic. I had a lot of garlic, okay? Why is there a dwarf in this tree? Dude, what? I have several questions. Like, he was just walking this way and then ended up here. Like, what? Anyway, now you're puking and on the ground. Seriously injured. How's the legs? Your left back teeth is gone. Ow. Turns out falling out of trees bad. So I had a dwarf fall on a dwarf. I think. Yeah, okay, so I had a dwarf fall out of a tree onto a dwarf, and then now they're not fighting, but like there was a combat log as though they were fighting. Because this dwarf fell on this dwarf. Anyway, Walnut's here to recover wounded. What I'm saying is that that tree just committed a crime, and I should be able to interrogating it for assaulting this dwarf. You know, you don't see that very often. This dwarf is actually content after being able to rest and get better. You don't see that very often. That's actually very pleasant to see. You know, Motor, some of us are trying to move on from the conversation that starts arguments for no logical reason. So I'm gonna ask a question. Why? Can we just move on like adults? Liz? Because you clearly don't, and you're just here to start fights or start shit, is the way it's reading anyway. So if you're on my side, then you will agree with me and move on to a new subject. Hello, Zwerry. Did you miss anything? I just had a dwarf fall out of a tree, land on another dwarf, and cause that other dwarf to lose teeth. There's a crash in the game where if you pause a job from the creature's screen right now, it, like from this screen, like if you cancel a job here, it crashes the game. Yeah, that's about it. It's taken a very long time for me to get any migrants into this fort. But we just got a decently sized migrant wave. I did unfortunately lose some dwarves to Cavern invaders, which is a damn shame, but you know, we're recovering. That's the catch up. Storks. I like great herons. Speaking of cool looking animals, stupid bunny. Get out over here, dumb bunny. I don't even have a bunny. Alpaca, you. Where'd that bunny go? Oh, no, not the puppy. It's the other ones. So if they say that they have multiple, they can be poly, but they're not always poly. The thing about dwarves is if it says that they have multiple lovers in their, like, dwarves description, so if I, like, select a dwarf, right, and it says 4 lovers or whatever, they don't necessarily actively have 4 lovers at that exact moment. It means they've had 4 lovers in their history. It's weirdly worded in the UI. But, poly dwarves do exist, yes. They can, in fact, have multiple partners. And if they play with figurines, maybe they have poly pockets. Deep cuts for 90s kids, I suppose. Of 20 to 30 herons every year outside the tree. One of the greatest moments of my life was standing on the edge of a dock watching a great heron hunt fish at about 2:30 in the morning in Victoria while extraordinarily drunk. Very, very good day. It's very fun watching herons hunt when you're drunk. Look out, you're preparing lavish meals. You'll have to see it. They can really eat fish. It's just very hypnotic watching them just like sit there in silence for like 10 minutes and then suddenly a head shoot underwater and then fish come out. It's great. It's a good time. In some sense, allow plural systems, but the person stating this, I don't know, worked on DFAC and tried to explain it to me. At one point, the dwarves are coded would, in some sense, allow dwarves to be like plural systems. I have no idea what you're even trying to describe. Yeah, what do you mean exactly? Also, don't trust anybody who works on DFAC. They're a bunch of nerds. It's not true. They're wonderful people that make modding for this game possible, really. Multiple personalities. Yeah, that I don't know about. Save the game streamer? Okay. I think there's actually a save in a few days, but we'll eat it. I mean, that would anger those under the soil sting, right? It's all right, though. Prepare thy body. All right, chat room. Let's see if we can get through the rest of this season, because we're in late spring. So wait, are you talking about polydwarves specifically, Polo? And when did this happen? Because if you're talking about like dwarves with multiple relationships, it's a hard-coded thing that was added to the game in 2021. They added lying, or not lying. They added divorce, cheating, and poly dwarves. Then they allowed dwarves to have multiple partners intentionally instead of unintentionally. So if you're talking about something from a while ago, this might be like ancient history. How do you get rid of put good use to too much stone? Crafts, rock pots, just make a bajillion blocks and build stuff out of them. I mostly just build blocks is what I do. I mean, most boulders turn into blocks. I have a feeling you might be thinking about something that's out of date now. Associative identity disorder. I don't know. Like, people who dig into the code for this game end up getting weirdly philosophical about it to a point where I wonder if they're even talking non-nonsense anymore. See what I mean? We're literally about to get hit by another save. Because, like, I've heard some people talk about the code for this game and talk about things that are so far like away from the reality of what this game actually is that like I just stop talking and walk in the other direction. Or usually they're talking about some old bug that has been misinterpreted, because a lot of like to quote Zach Adams, the reason the simulation for Dwarf Fortress is so convincing is because they hide enough of it that it makes your brain go wild. And reverse engineering the code doesn't necessarily give you everything. It gives you a lot of things. It can also give you some false positives. So, yeah, I don't know. And I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about right now. I mean, I could believe that there's something that could give the impression of that. Like dissociative personality disorders. I mean, like, dwarves can have massive PTSD that can rapidly shift their personalities and change the way they think. I mean, I believe something like that could happen, but as for like just straight up multiple personality disorder, I can tell you for a fact that's not a thing in the game. because the game doesn't simulate those types of disorders. It's sort of like I've heard people talk about like sexuality in Dwarf Fortress, where it's like, okay, well there are gay dwarves, sure, and there are asexual dwarves, but that's about as far as it goes in the current game. And all dwarves are cross-dressers, but that's just like par for the course more than anything. But that's got more to do with the fact that clothing in Dwarf Fortress isn't tied to, like, gender roles. Yeah, well, you gotta remember as well, like, one of the constant battles I have is, like, fighting with inaccurate information about this game, right? Like, the number of people that I run into who actively think that cats still die in caverns because they get alcohol in their feet who actively think that that is still a problem in the game. The frequency at which I have to, like, correct people on that is astounding, to the point where false information in this game is a problem because of stories like this, right? And it's always like, okay, what exactly are you referring? Are you referring to something current? Are you referring to something that somebody told you once? Where'd you get this from? Yeah, anyway. Or are we talking about a very old bug, like, which is also very much a possibility? Did you find the thing that he's referring to? Boom, boom. Because do enlighten us if this is the truth. Your uncle. He works at Bay 12. Uh-huh. Which one? I called the hotline once and spoke with my cousin. Goblin Lieutenant Dost... Hold on a second. Past ghouls. Wrong last name. Damn it. I'm seeing all these... I've seen a couple people now who, Okay, this is a weird goblin. Naked, has 2 shields. Got an image of a gizzard stone on it. I mean, if it works, man. He's got 7 kills, so you know, I ain't fucking with him. I'm sure that this... He killed Wolverine. A Wolverine man. Dude, this goblin's killed an X-Men. That's... She's killed an X-Men. Huh. This... Chat room, to any of you who've downloaded the save for this world, could you please look up this goblin? She's also a legendary cook. What's funny, she's a talented maceman and a talented spearman. No, but a skilled shield user. I know, obviously, she's got 2 of them. Long stream day? Yeah, it's getting a bit too long at this point. Kind of just waiting to see if I get another migrant wave. It's also sharing rumors with me, too. True 100% translation for Dwarf Fortress is, in fact, impossible without rewriting the entire game in a different language. Literally. For the same reason it's impossible for Caves of Cut. Games that have procedural text that requires grammar is impossible. However, there are mods that like translate all of the... What's the word I'm looking for here? That there are mods that translate all of the text that isn't generated. So like all the words and such in the UI. Oh, I'm definitely getting a little loopy. The only reason I'm streaming this late is because I've got dinner already made. Quite literally, it's the only reason I'm streaming this late. Caves of Cut actually has it worse than Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways, too. I also need a tiny little wood stockpile right here. I mean, what I really need to do is I need to make a lava forge, which I could connect it to this, but that I feel like that would be, man, I feel like it's like disrespectful to the dead dwarves to make a forge like right next to the coffins, but maybe that is respectful. I don't know. Does this pop up? I didn't even see what type of stone that was. Like quartzite or kimberlite? What did I end up using there? I did say today would be a long stream, JJ. Pink stuff. Got it. More quartzite. More rumors from abroad. Okay, I need to check these rumors from abroad. Okay, hold on. The army of Elderqual marched on Closiel, and the auras of order was known to be in Slaprock. Well, they know about my artifacts, so that's a problem. Hey, the population of River Depths went up again. That's good. Back up to 400. I'm assuming that's a lot of this stuff down here. Let's scroll around a little bit. Yeah. Longest this year? No, that was about 16. We've only streamed 1325. I streamed like I did a 14-hour stream like 2 weeks ago. So no, not the longest this year. The reality is I do long streams sometimes, and they're probably too long. Hope the next migrant group is a big one. The last one was pretty big. We went from, what, 17 dwarves to 35? I need to have my vengeance on the cavern creatures soon. Like yeah, no. I've definitely done longer ones than this already this year. More time to vibe. Until I start getting grumpy. This has been one of those slow, like, we are 3 years into this fort. 3.5 years, almost 4. And we only have 35 doors. I normally have, like, close to 100 doors by now, JJ. This is nothing. Yeah, and people want to cram that shit all in it, and it makes me very sad. Boom, boom. The reason why this game is special. All right. Let's. That's gonna be my forge, to a degree. Although I gotta be careful, actually. Don't want to dig straight into a fun tube right there. Okay, going all the way back up here. Fair. Sell your faction stuff is how you get more migrants. So I've been getting migrants on the 16th generally. We'll see about this one. Yeah, no, we don't need that kind of tank. Also need to give more bedrooms, which is why part of the reason why the moods are starting to swing down. Or up to the 18th. Okay. So chat room, I've been streaming for 13 hours and 29 minutes. I should go eat dinner and set up stream for tomorrow. I'm not uploading a video tomorrow because I streamed for 13 hours and 29 minutes today, and I need to go to bed at some point today.
Cheese for everyone!
Maybe, if you're good. We'll think about it. So chat room, before you run off, we are going to raid somebody. But Twitch chat, it's time to say goodnight to YouTube. Thanks for hanging out, YouTube.
Sandwich!
How did the name Slaprock happen? Well, we didn't name it Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, so we named it Slaprock instead. You're going to have to watch the VOD to find that information. Chat room, it's time to say goodnight to YouTube. YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. Take care of yourselves. And shout outs to those of you who stuck around to the end. I will see you guys tomorrow in less than 12 hours. Cheers. Bah. So, Twitch chat. Hey, Woot Woot. It's been a minute. Hope you've been good. Fortunately, I don't need to stand up to do the raid, because I got the tape deck plugged in. It's good for me. It's less standing. It's also easier to end stream. So we're going to go raid somebody. And we're going to go raid somebody who's playing Kenshi, actually. Yeah. And we're going to go raid somebody who's playing Kenshi. So chat room, what I need you guys to do is something very, very simple, which is grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat. Let's get this nonsense out of here.